sharpness too. Is my mic quality better now?
Smaller version of our brain. With our brain, we have emotions, we feel, we might smile, or we might laugh or cry or
Try
things
again.
like that. Earthworms don't do that. So their brain works a little different. Their brain just helps them to function, helps their body just to work properly. They have what they call a pharynx. I call their pharynx a vacuum cleaner. It just sucks in that soil just like the dirt, like a vacuum cleaner. So it's going to be up in this area to suck in the soil, because all an earthworm eats is soil. Aortic arches. What's amazing is they have 5 hearts. Even though they don't have feelings, they have 5 hearts. They call them aortic arches. Area to suck in the soil, because all an earth. They're like little arches, and when you would see them, they're not going to be red like your heart. They're going to be more like a dark brown. Esophagus. Esophagus is a fancy name for a food tube. It's what moves the food from the mouth all the way down here to the crop. So the esophagus is a food tube. Nerve cord. Just like what you'd think. It's a nerve cord. They don't have a spinal cord, and they don't have a backbone, so they have what they call a nerve cord. It kind of lets them feel things. That's why if you've ever picked up a worm and it kind of jumped or kind of did some kind of a motion, it's because of that nerve cord. Crop. They don't have a stomach, so their crop is a little bit similar to our stomach. Their crop is a big sac, and it's kind of a whitish sac, and it's what holds the food, or actually the soil,
I'm probably gonna break
and gets
this
it
string
ready
in some way.
for movement out of the body. So it's kind of like its mixing point. The gizzard. I always remember the G for grind. The gizzard grinds up the soil, grinds it up, gets it smaller and smaller so that it can move out of its body. Intestines. The intestines runs from segment 19, because each segment, remember, has a specific part or a specific part or a specific function. So from segment 19 all the way to the end of that earthworm's body is intestine. So if you would cut further down this earthworm, all you would see is intestine, your nerve cord, and an artery and a vein.
Rappy
so
Earth Ray to you too.
Once you leave the intestine. To look at the outside parts of the earthworm, first of all, when you think of an earthworm, you think, ooh, slimy worm. They are slimy. And what gets them that slime is what they call a sensory cell. That sensory cell detects heat or danger, so they release the slime. They don't have teeth, or they don't have any kind of other protective stingers or any kind of claws to help protect them. So they have what they call this sensory cell. The sensory cell releases mucus, makes them all slimy, maybe so they can get away from their prey or slither faster through the soil. They also have the mouth. We talked about that earlier. Again, that's your first opening, and that is where they get their food. You have the anus, which is the second opening or the last opening, and that's what gets rid of food or gets rid of the soil. Segments. Each segment has a specific part or function. It's also what gives it their name, a segmented worm. The clitellum looks like a Band-Aid. A Band-Aid on the worm is their reproductive band. It's where the reproductive cells are exchanged during reproduction. And the setae, the last thing. It's like brushing your hair. They have little brushes or little sandpaper all along their body. If you would look closely, which is hard to see from this diagram, but you look closely, you can see like little bitty tiny bristles. And those little tiny bristles feel like sandpaper on their body. And that's what helps them to move through the soil a little quicker to get away from their predators. So, the earthworm parts.
French fries, some British chips. Sweet scortatos. Would a sweet scortato just be rare scortato? Earthworm? Is that a Violet Batch Quest reference? This guy just stole my bone meal. All is well now. Potato wedges. Potato sauce? What? Ugh.
Today we're going to talk a little bit about arthropods. Well, I'm sure you're wondering, what's an arthropod? Well, arthropods have jointed feet. The word pod means foot, so they have these jointed feet. So we're going to go through these groups of arthropods, and when we're done, you are going to know what those arthropods are. So, 5 main groups. You have your crustaceans, your millipedes, your centipedes, your arachnids, your insects, and your trilobites. So let's break them down individually. First one are crustaceans. I always remember Asian like ocean. Crustaceans generally live in the ocean. Now, there are going to be some that can live in the freshwater. They generally have a shell of some sort, whether it's a hard exoskeleton shell or it's a soft shell. You might have heard of a soft shell crab.
No, you said
These are generally the good kind of arthropods because they're like your seafood.
Arthropods.
When you go to a restaurant and you eat all that great seafood, besides fish, of course, you're going to eat a crustacean most likely. Now, crustaceans also have 5 or more legs, And again, they have that hard exoskeleton. An exoskeleton is an outer covering that's protective and usually somewhat waterproof. Now, these crustaceans have gills since they live in the ocean or in the water. Some common crustaceans you can see are shrimp, lobster, crabs, your barnacles, and your crayfish or crawdads. These are your common crustaceans. The next group are your centipedes and millipedes. These are your millipedes, these are your centipedes. They're grouped together because they have many legs. Now, millipedes have 2 pair of legs on each segment, and centipedes only have 1 pair of legs per segment. So that's one of the difference between the two things. The next difference is that millipedes eat plants and centipedes eat other insects, so they're carnivores. They have these pinchers, and they are a little bit venomous or stinging, and they are able to catch their prey and sting with that. Whereas the millipede does not have those great adaptions because they eat plants.
Oh, hi, Weirdo.
Now, their exoskeleton is not waterproof, so they have to be really careful when it gets really a lot of moisture. So they are unique in that sense. Now, the next one is arachnids. Arachnids are your spiders, your scorpions, your ticks, and your mites. These are arachnids. Arachnids have 8 legs and 2 body sections. They are your common ones that are venomous, maybe carry a little poison, and they have some fangs. Now, this is a scorpion. This is your
Not a scorpion, that's a scorpion.
This is a mite. And then this is a tarantula or spider. So they do have some venom. Some can spin webs and be unique like that.
I can't believe
Some are parasites. So little different group, arachnids. Your trilobites are extinct. They're the extinct
that's not a spider,
group.
that's a
they're no
scorchter.
longer around. But they were the first known insect. And since they had gills, they're said to be probably known as a crustacean. Now, those little roly-poly bugs that you see every now and then, you probably call them a roly-poly, those are called sow-bugs, and those are actually crustaceans too. So some crustaceans can live on land, but these trilobites are probably having those gills. They also are the earliest known one to be around. So remember, the trilobites are extinct, but they were a group of the arthropods.
Monkey has brown.
Now, remember, let's look back at these 5
Is
groups.
the has brown?
You have 5 groups: the crustaceans, the millipedes, centipedes, arachnids, and insects, and the extinct trilobites. We didn't talk about insects because there's so many of them, so we're going to talk about them in a later lesson. So, have a great day. Happy day.
Happy day. Happy day has started to unironically become a vocal stim for me. No, it's Scorch flavored. Don't eat Scorch. Joke's on you, it's artificial flavoring. Yeah, reject Scorch, return to Carl. No, reject Scorchanity, return the flower. Oh, hello there, Chimera Bowler Band. Gay Spamton Gaming is high. Bacon. Bacon. Bacon cookies, yummy, yummy. Is that a... I don't think any of us were... Oh, I didn't say that. Huh? What? Huh? What? I didn't say that. What? It wasn't me. You found the origin of G2KL? Chat. Yeah. In case I don't know, can I have a phone and a keyboard? Yes, please. Potato. You want? I got thick skin, another bad show, but I finished with him. Take off with the sky and the mess with the huskies water. Welcome to the underground. How are your balls? If you wanna look around, give us your balls. I'll be so popular when I show all the monsters what I just brought in. Birds, sponge, manners, cannon sand, no time for Well, he's a bag subject. You're just lazy and apathetic. Call me what you want. You got a thick skin. Not a bad joke, and I'm finished with him. You're almost kind to mess with us takes a lot of spine. No, you bingus. Gooby. Venom. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and finish science for the week. The week. Okay, I gotta do 12 whole things.
As you can see, insects are the most numerous arthropod.
You know what? I'm forcing all of this.
As you can see, insects are the most numerous arthropod on Earth. Now, when you say most numerous, you think they're everywhere. Well, there's over 1 trillion different insects on Earth, so they are very abundant.
Required.
Now, we did talk about the groups of arthropods, and we went through them already. We talked about the crustaceans, the centipedes, the millipedes, the extinct trilobites, and the arachnids. So we're going to focus on this group of insects because there's so many of them and so many great facts that I want to tell you about. So we're going to look at these insects. Insects have 6 legs and 3 body parts. So we're going to look at them a little bit closer. Some interesting facts about them is there's the greatest number of species. Insects have the greatest number of species. If you were to count up the number of insects per one person, there would be 300 million for every person on Earth. So think about how many insects there are. They're everywhere. They can live in any climate. So it can be really hot, really cold, and guess what you're going to find? You're going to find an insect. So they live just about anywhere.
Bug.
They have what they call these pheromones. Kind of like they have their own little perfume or their own scent. These pheromones are what they use to attract other insects for mating or maybe for them to live in their colony, which is a group. So they have these pheromones which put off a scent. They also have what they call air tubes or spiracles. This is what they use for breathing. They don't have lungs and they don't have gills, so they use these little air tubes, which are like little air pockets or pores in their exoskeleton, along with these air tubes to help them breathe. They have what they call simple and compound eyes. Actually have 5 eyes.
Compound
5 eyes. How
eyes?
would you imagine you having 5 eyes? So they have what they call simple and compound eyes. They have simple eyes, which there are 3 of them. And those simple eyes just see light and dark. And then they have what they call a compound eye. And there's 2 of them making up the 5. And those see movement mostly, but they can see some color. If you've ever noticed that sometimes you plant certain flowers or certain groups of flowers to attract insects, maybe a butterfly or a bee or something that's going to pollinate it. So those colors attract certain insects. They reproduce sexually, so they sexually reproduce, and some of them also lay eggs with that sexual reproduction. Their insect characteristics. They have 3 body sections. We talked about that. We have 6 legs, and they're all attached to the thorax. They have a head, thorax, and abdomen. So their thorax is their center, and all 6 of the legs are attached to that middle section called the thorax. Again, remember, head, thorax, abdomen. All the legs, all 6 of the legs are attached to that thorax.
Whoever invented potato lemonade does not deserve rights to exist.
So they have an outer skeleton, and it's a waterproof shell almost. So that's why when you squash that bug, you hear that crunch. That's that exoskeleton that you're breaking. It's not a shell like on a crab or a shrimp or on a mollusk. They're going to be a little different type of shell. It's just a little bit of an outer covering. Now, what they do is they molt. They'll molt that outer skeleton. So as they grow, they outgrow their skeleton, so they'll shed it, and that's called molting. So they do molt their outer skeleton. The next thing is they go through metamorphosis. Metamorphosis is a change, and there's 2 types of metamorphosis. They can go through incomplete metamorphosis or complete. Now, incomplete is a little simpler. They go from egg to nymph, which is like a smaller version of themselves, to an adult. So they don't really go through as many stages as complete. Remember, there are 3 stages in incomplete. They go from an egg to a nymph to an adult. And remember, the nymph is just like a little miniature of them, just growing up to be an adult. Throughout these stages, they'll molt several times, getting rid of that exoskeleton because they've outgrown it. Now, the other type of metamorphosis is complete metamorphosis. It's a complete change. They go through 4 stages with complete metamorphosis. They go from an egg to a larva to a pupa to an adult. Now, the egg stage is where they lay the eggs. They sexually reproduce and they lay that egg, either on the underside of a leaf, maybe in their hive, in their nest, something like that. Then they're going to turn into a larva stage. A larva stage can be a caterpillar, a maggot, or some kind of a larva, wormy-looking stage. Then they turn into the pupa. Sometimes they call this a cocoon or a chrysalis, because what they'll do is they'll rest during this period of time. They'll rest into a little molted ball. And after that resting stage, they turn into a completely new adult. So think of that. It's completely changing from an egg to a larva, which is like a caterpillar or a worm or maggot, into a pupa. They're going to rest because they have to grow into this great new butterfly, moth, or fly. Those are some of the main things that go through complete metamorphosis. Now, these great insects are everywhere. I know that you probably have heard of so many different types. I know you get bug by mosquitoes or a pesky fly, but there's so many different types. Just think of them. There's 300 million just for you. Have a great day. Happy day.
Happy day. Happy day. Hear me. The fog buggers at it again. Have a good day, happy day. Shh, you didn't see that. It's a Gru Gills. Oh, hello.
Talking about these really cool creatures here. This animal is what they call a sand dollar, and you can see it has the same shape as a starfish right in the middle here, and it's kind of been hollowed out since it's been cleaned, but you can see some of the seaweed still in it. So this is a sand dollar, one of the echinoderms we're going to talk about today. Probably the more common one that you've heard about is the starfish, or sometimes they even call it a sea star. The starfish is our slang name for it, which I don't know why we do that because it's not a fish. But anyway, this is a starfish, and you can see it has the same type of lining as what's on the inside of the sand dollar. And they call these rays, and they have what they call 5 rays or 5 arms, and they call these the 5 arms of the sand dollar. These starfish we're going to talk more about later because we might even dissect one, which would be really cool. But starfish, these are both invertebrates, so we're going to talk a little bit about the echinoderm family. This shows a sand dollar, a starfish, a sea cucumber, isn't that a weird name, and then a sea urchin. Some great facts about echinoderms. First of all, this is a type of starfish. Not all starfish have 5 arms or 5 rays, so they can have more. So this shows a different variation of a starfish. But they actually have what they call spiny skin. It almost looks like it's warty or bumpy. And their name actually, echinoderm, which you think, why was it called that? It actually means spiny skin. So you see the word derm in there, that's skin, and then the echino part means spiny. So echinoderms have spiny skin. They have what they call an internal skeleton. You have an internal skeleton. You can't see your skeleton, and you can't see theirs either. It's on the inside. Whereas like an insect or an arthropod, they're exoskeletons, so they're outer. So they're the first group of animals to start having an internal skeleton or a skeleton on the inside. They have what they call a water vascular system. If you think about it, they have this system, they call it a hemol system because it runs salt water through it. Now, this hemol system is a little similar to what they have in a plant. Plants have water vascular systems. And what they are, they're tiny tubes that transport oxygen, minerals, nutrients, anything that is going to help or be beneficial to that animal or plant. Now, the
Sea
water vascular
cucumber,
system in a plant
sea
is called xylem and phloem.
cucumber.
And these
Is that not
water
the
vascular
expansion
system
reference?
are called radial canals.
Also, I
And these
will
canals go
not
down each different ray,
do a
and they're little
good
tubes, and they
for
transport
privacy
everything. They don't
reasons.
have blood like we do, so they transport that water all throughout. So they have what they call a water vascular system, a system of internal tubes that transport. They have what they call tube feet. Now, can't see them on here because they've dried up. But the tube feet are little tiny little feet. The same thing with all echinoderms. They have these little tiny feet, and those help them to move. Now, they don't move from place to place as fast as you do with your feet, but they have little tiny feet, and they're like suction cups. And those little suction cups move around, help them to move in the water, help them to eat or pry open their food. So they are a great tool. Tube feet. And then the last one we talked about already, an internal skeleton or endoskeleton. These are just some variation that are common echinoderms. We already talked about the sand dollar and the starfish. This is what they call a brittle star. And a brittle star is just a different variation of a starfish. They just have skinnier rays or skinnier arms, whereas this sea star or starfish has fatter rays. This is the sea cucumber. And if you think of a cucumber, they're long and skinny tubes, similar to what the sea cucumber looks like. This is called a feather star. And a feather star, you can see the feathers. And it kind of looks like an underwater bird, little feathers everywhere. And this is called a sea urchin. So a great way to remember any kind of echinoderm, they usually have the word sea in it. So sea star, brittle star, sand dollar, sea cucumber, feather star,
Sea cucumber?
And they all live in the ocean. They all live in the ocean. Now, the unique thing about this starfish is it has a stomach like you do. Now, when they eat, you can see all this. All this is their stomach. It comes out of their mouth and grabs the food and pulls it back in to eat it. Now, starfish generally eat mussels, mollusks, any kind of shelled animal. They will eat other things, like they even eat an octopus or a squid, some other things like that. But their general food is mollusks. And what they'll do is their stomach will come out of their mouth. Their mouth is this center opening right here. Now, that would be like you having a cheeseburger and your stomach coming out of your mouth, grabbing that cheeseburger and pulling it back in. Wouldn't that be gross? Well, that's how they eat. That's their eating method. So they're going to take their stomach out of this mouth, grab that food and pull it back in, and then digest it all throughout these rays. Now, if they eat a mussel, they don't eat the shell. They just eat what's on the inside. So they can get in an opening 1/10 of a millimeter. So if you think of putting 10 tiny dots on your paper, they can get through one of those tiny little dots and be able to put their stomach in there and get that food. So they're really unique creatures. So this shows it again. And again, this is all their stomach. Kind of gross. Okay, now they reproduce sexually and asexually. Now, starfish reproduce sexually, just like other animals, but they also can reproduce asexually by what they call regeneration. So it would be like you taking your arm and cutting your arm off. Now, that doesn't sound so appetizing. So if you cut your arm off, your arm would grow a new body, and your body would grow a new arm. That is regeneration. So you can see the starfish has attached to a rock of some sort or something and is getting ready to tear his arm off to rip it so that each part can grow back. So that is a form of asexual reproduction. They also shows it here. So this ray will come off, and that's how they reproduce asexually.
Eating cucumbers right now.
Regeneration.
About the sea kind.
Now, they are predators, and we talked about them eating mollusks, so it kind of shows them here eating mollusks. Again, that's their favorite food.
Balls.
And then they are also a prey to like different birds, like seagulls, things like that are going to be around to eat them. Now, other bigger fish might eat a starfish, but generally the birds are the ones that get them once they wash up to the ocean on the shore. They have radial symmetry. What that means is if I would put this starfish up here, each ray can be cut in half and look the same on each side. I showed it with this diagram, so you can cut it. It kind of makes a radial, think of a radial like a wheel. So echinoderms have radial symmetry. That means they can be cut in more than two pieces. So they're going to have around a center or wheel. So that's radial symmetry. Now, these great little echinoderms are lots of fun creatures, and maybe some of you use them for decoration. I love the different types of echinoderms. Now, remember, they have spiny skin. They have an internal skeleton with a water vascular system. And their spiny skin is their only protection because they don't have teeth or anything, but they do have a stomach that comes out of their mouth to eat. And remember that they reproduce sexually or asexually by regeneration. Next time you see one of these great creatures on the beach, you'll think of all these great characteristics. Have a happy day.
Even having class is crazy. Yeah. You didn't see that. Sea cucumber. I think this was during course class.
Today we're going to learn about these little great creatures called the sea star, or starfish is our slang name. They are echinoderms, so we're going to talk about this specific echinoderm.
Happy day.
You didn't see that. That's right, you didn't see that.
And learn some of the different parts of it. Now, what I've done with this diagram is like I pulled out the guts on the inside of this so you can see them a little bit better close up. So, the major parts are the madreporites. Now, this is on the outside of the starfish. And you can see it on this one. If you look really close, you can see a little tiny dot here that looks different than all the other outside parts of this whole entire starfish. It's a little dot there. That's called the madreporite. Right here. This tiny little dot. Now this madreporite is a strainer. It's kind of like when you strain macaroni and cheese and all that water goes out and it saves your noodles. That's what this is doing. This little madreporite is straining and filtering for the starfish. So that's the madreporite. Now, attached to the madreporite is what they call the stone canal. And the stone canal is part of the water vascular system of a starfish. And it's going to help move that filter part through the ring here and then to each different ray. So it's basically part of the filtering system, and it's a way to move nutrients and food throughout the starfish, throughout each ray. The next thing is the ring canal. And a great way to remember the ring canal is it's shaped like a ring. It's a circle here in the middle. And that ring canal pulls whatever is filtered from the madreporite and sends it through this ring canal, then sends it out to each different ray. So each different ray gets that great nutrients or whatever's been filtered out. The ampullae are these little tiny water, and what happens is the water from this radial canal is going to push through this ampullae, these little tiny bulbs here, into the 2 feet to kind of give it that little push or force of water. It's kind of like when you have a force on a hose and you have that water push out. That is the force that the ampullae is going to do. Now, they don't move very much. They only move a few centimeters in an hour, so they're not going to move very far, very fast, but that little push is what helps them. So it's not quite as strong a force as a hose, but it's going to be a little bit of that push. And then the last thing is the radial canal. The radial canals are these skinny tubes in each one of the rays, these skinny tubes, and they are going to transport any type of nutrient or waste to move it out of this starfish to help get its nutrients. Now, the radial canal, the ring canal, and the stone canal are all part of what they call the water vascular system. Now, the water vascular system are transporting tubes that move nutrients throughout all of the starfish. Sometimes they even call it a hemol system because it moves salt water throughout the entire starfish. The next one we're going to talk about, this is the outside of a starfish. So it'd be like looking at the outside of this starfish. Okay? Now, it has these little tiny spines, which would be like these little bumpy warts all over the entire starfish here. These little bumpy, warty, those are the spines. That's where they get their name, that spiny skin. Now, you're also going to see a little bit of raised circles. this raised circle again,
I'm
we
over here
talked
playing
about, is the
Minecraft.
matterpore. That's the filtering system, so that's also on the outside. Then you're also going to see these little holes, and these little holes are gills. They have gills so that they can live in the water and breathe, so that's how they get their oxygen, and they breathe is through these gills. So they basically breathe through their skin because their gills are all covering the outside of the starfish. The next thing we're going to talk is more about what is in each ray. Now, when you look at these parts, all throughout here, you notice that there's nothing showing in these, but each ray is identical. So when they reproduce and they rip off an arm and they regenerate, they reproduce, each ray looks the same, so they're getting the same part. Now, right here, this little thing connected, which would be connected to the stone canal, is the intestines. Now, your intestines is super long, like longer than this table, but their intestines is really short, like a short little stub. So if you looked at your pinky nail, and about half of your pinky nail is their intestine. So very short intestine, but they do have an intestine. They have digestive glands, and they look like little feathers inside of each ray. When you dissect a starfish, they're going to kind of be like a greenish blue, and they're going to really stand out because they take up almost the entire ray. The digestive glands and the intestines are to move those nutrients, break down all the great mussels they're eating or mollusks. They're going to break that food down. They have a pyloric stomach and also a cardiac stomach. The pyloric stomach is in the center, and then the cardiac stomach kind of goes on the outside. They're both kind of a creamy yellow. When you dissect, they're going to be a creamy yellow. And those are what they use to grab the food and actually pull it in to the digestive glands. A starfish eats with their stomach. So their stomach comes out of their mouth, grabs the food, and pulls it back in to digest. So they have a pyloric stomach and then the cardiac stomach around the outside. Do the same thing.
This blue-haired freak again.
They do have an anus. The anus is the outer opening that gets rid of waste. And then they have a mouth. The mouth is on the other side. So their anus is on the top side, or what they call the dorsal side. And then they have a ventral side, which they have the mouth in. They're exact opposites each other. So you have the stomach all around the center here. This is their anus. This is where their mouth is. Completely opposite. And then they have gonads, which are reproductive glands, and those are how they do reproduce sexually, how they make the eggs. Now, we broke apart. Now, each one of these little rays here, these are called rays. Most starfish have 5 rays. That doesn't mean they have to have 5 rays, but most have 5 rays. So they're going to have 5 rays, or what they call an arm. They have what they call an ocellus at the end of each ray. The end of each ray, they're going to have an ocellus.
It's actually just spelled like
now, if you look at this starfish, you can see the ocellus. They're like little tiny slits to an opening with like a little dot there. And the ocellus are what they call an eye spot. Starfish have 5 eyes, or however many rays they have that many ocellus. And the ocellus are basically an eye spot, so they see shades of light or dark. So they do have a way to actually see. Then they have what they call tube feet. And these tube feet are along each ray, and they look like little tiny tentacles. And they're a suction cup, and they're going to help them to eat and move throughout the water, or attach to something. And then the last thing is they have sensory tentacles, and they almost look like little tiny tails or little tiny hairs. And those are going to be to help them move or feel in the water. So they do have a little bit of feeling or touch. Some great starfish facts. My favorite color, purple, so that's why I put this one on here. So starfish, again, 5 rays, usually. They're echinoderms, which means spiny skin. They are invertebrates. That means they do not have a backbone. They live in the ocean. That's why they call them a sea star. They're a sea star. They're not a fish. They are an echinoderm, so don't get them mixed up. They reproduce sexually or asexually. Remember, they reproduce asexually by regeneration, where they can break off a body part and each part grows back. They have radiosymmetry, and remember, that means around a center. I can cut around a center. It's like cutting a pizza. I can cut that starfish in more than 2 cuts. So they have radiosymmetry. Also remember, they have an internal skeleton. Everything's on the inside, so you don't see that radial canal and all those things without me breaking it apart for you. Now, remember, this starfish or a sea star is a great creature. They are simple, but they have so many unique parts. Wouldn't it be crazy if you ate like a starfish? Have a great day. Happy day.
Have a great day. Happy day. Have a great day. Bad day. Right here. Now I've been on planet as a nicking guy in a green banner. Gonna be. Bozo. Evil Evie. Have an unhappy day. Happy little day now. Evil. I'm evil. I did 9/11. That happened as soon as I picked the answer. No, I was playing Minecraft and they have school. Starfish use their tube feet. Their vascular system. Ooh, collection unlocked blaze rod. Oh, I got blaze rods. I did the same thing with another game. Exactly. Nice. Diamond. Demand. Yeah, I'm cooking right now. It's only as much as before. Oh, good. Good. Okay, that was cool. Okay, that was pretty cool. I'm proud of myself now. There's a timer. What timer? What timer? I don't remember it. There it is.
Today, we are going to dissect some earthworms, and you might have heard an earthworm called an annelid, and that's the phylum it's in. So an earthworm is an annelid or an annelida, and we're going to be dissecting them and seeing all kinds of great things about their outside parts or external parts and their inside parts. Let's take a look at those safety rules first, though. Now, the safety rules are basic. You need eye protection. You need to wear safety glasses or safety goggles. And be sure you don't touch your face after touching the chemicals, because some of the chemicals in them are not really what they call toxic or harmful, but they do have a little bit of a chemical.
No, that's not a timer. That's just how much I have
such a good feeling. So make sure you keep those away. You're going to be dealing with sharp instruments. Again, you're going to be using surgical scissors, which are tiny and pointed. And you're going to be using a scalpel, which has a razor blade on the end.
This part right here is just how much I have
left to do. You're going to be using pokers and tweezers, which have sharp ends.
So, like, there's
and what they call a T-pen, left, which is going to hold that worm apart so that you can see those internal parts really well. So make sure we take care of that. And again, these animals are preserved in a preservative called formalin, or what they call Curasafe. So they are preserved in something, so they're dead. But it's still important to remember that you're dissecting for a reason, that you want to make sure that you learn from this and that you're using it as a learning tool, not just doing it to be cruel. So we're going to go through those external parts here, and then we're going to dissect and see those internal parts. So let's take a closer look as we get ready to dissect. Okay, we're going to take a look at those external parts. And remember, external parts are on the outside. And we're going to look and show you what dorsal and ventral. Dorsal means top and ventral means bottom. And you can actually tell the difference on a worm. First of all, you can see that this is a dark, and if I turn it over, it's lighter, plus the clitellum. Clitellum is fatter or flatter, and so you can kind of tell this is your ventral side. So dorsal is darker. That's maybe a good way to remember. They're both D's, and then you turn it over, and it's kind of flatter and lighter, and that's the ventral side. So a earthworm actually has two openings, and I always remember the clitellum is closer to the mouth and further from the anus. So this is the mouth, and this is the anus. Remember, the mouth is what starts digestion, starts to bring in that soil, and this is where the soil exits. Earthworms only eat soil, so they're pretty simple. They eat their body weight every day in soil. So say this worm would weigh 3 grams, it would eat 3 grams of soil every day. So it'd be like you, if you weighed 100 pounds, you'd eat 100 pounds of food every day. That would be pretty crazy. But they do eat a lot of soil, and they're really good. They help churn the soil, help put air pockets into it, and they help fertilize it. So farmers actually like earthworms in their soil. They're really helpful. Now, this clitellum that we've been talking about is the reproductive band. Earthworms are what they call hermaphrodites. They don't have a male and a female worm. There's just one worm. And so they exchange egg and sperm here because they have both egg and sperm in them. They're hermaphrodites. So you can kind of see this dark line down here. This dark line is what they call the nerve cord. You can kind of tell that. Remember, they are invertebrates, so they do not have a backbone, but they do have a nerve cord. They can feel or sense things. If you turn over on the underside, it would feel like sandpaper. This part right here feels like sandpaper. They have what they call these little setae, which are like little bristles, and those help it move through the soil, kind of give it a little bit of quick movement. Then if you look up by the mouth, you can see this little lip. It looks like a little lip. It kind of tucks over. That's called the prostomium. And this prostomium is going to be where the sensory cell is located, and that sensory cell detects danger and heat. And what it'll do then is release mucus. That's why they get slimy when you touch them, because they sense danger and they want to slime away. So that mucus will help them to move through the soil faster, or to maybe slip out of your hands if you're catching it to go fishing. So this, I think, is about the basics of the external parts of this little worm here. So we're going to take a cut. We're going to do what they call a cross section, and we usually do it down here because from the clitellum to the very end is all intestine. It all looks the same. So the intestine runs about a little over half the length of its body, about 3/4. So it's going to run from what they call segment 19, because you can see these little segments or rings. That's where they get their name, segmented worm. These little segments or rings each hold a specific part. So every worm, just like you have your arm in the same place, or maybe your eyes are in the same place as everybody else is, they do too. They have parts in the same place. Now, from section or segment 19 all the way down is intestine. So we're going to do a little cross section and just kind of see what it looks like on the inside. Now, this cross section shows right here. Let me get my poker. It might be a little better. This is going to show right here. That's the intestine, and that's where all that food is churned. And remember, they only eat soil, so it's really dark in there, just like dirt would be or mud. And then you might be able to see the little segments a little better. They do have two different blood vessels, because they have a single loop system. They have two little vessels, and sometimes you can see them on a cross section, sometimes you can't. Okay, now we're going to take a cut. We're going to start cutting from the mouth. We want to turn it to the belly side. And we're going to start cutting at the mouth, and we're going to cut a little bit past the clitellum, just to kind of get a look,
Just
you're
some
going to make
stuff?
little
Ooh,
tiny cuts,
nice.
because if you cut
Ooh, double
too deep, too
block.
fast, you're going to cut parts, and we don't want to cut
Triple
anything. We
block.
want to see all those good internal parts. So you're going to make little tiny cuts, and then once we get a good cut with the scissors, we're going to take that scalpel and kind of pull away the membrane. Worms don't have lungs or gills. They breathe through their skin, so we're actually cutting through their skin, which is how they would breathe.
Am I preventing it from breathing?
Okay, now we got through, we got into the inside. We're going to get to see all the really cool internal parts of this earthworm. Now, some of the parts are kind of hard to see because they're so small or so tiny, but we're going to do our best to show you exactly all these great parts.
Alrighty.
Right here, you see this white muscular tissue.
I have 8
This
blocks
right here
and
is what they
17
call the
diamonds.
pharynx. And the pharynx sucks in soil. It's kind of like a little vacuum cleaner. It's going to be what pulls that soil in through the mouth to bring it down through and get it into the intestines. This little tiny gray matter right here in segment 3 is what they call the brain or the ganglia.
No, I can't die.
And they have a tiny function.
No!
Obviously, they don't think and feel like we do, but they can sense and have that nerve. So they have a tiny, tiny brain.
I think they will.
Through here, you can see they have these little tiny arches. There's a black one here, and one here, and one here. They actually have 5 total, what they call aortic arches.
Yeah.
And those 5 aortic arches are going to be what pump blood throughout their single loop system. It's very simple. It just makes a rotation like a single loop, and it's going to move that blood through those vessels. They have a dorsal and a ventral blood vessel, so they only have 2 blood vessels. They're just going to keep that simple movement.
Something broke?
Then if you look here, this squishy little sac right here, that squishy sac is called the crop. And the crop is what mixes up food. It would be similar to your stomach. It's going to mix up that food. It's going to mix it up and get it ready for digestion.
How did I
And always remember C comes before G, because that crop comes before the gizzard. And the crop, like I said, is a thin, smushy sac. You can tell the difference in texture if you can see that. It's really smushy.
I didn't even know one of my
And then you
stuff
go to the gizzard, and you can see it's tougher, a lot thicker. It's a thicker sac, a thicker muscular sac, and that gizzard's going to be what grinds. G for grinds up that soil, grinds it up, gets it ready to go. Now, you can see the intestine. It starts here, right after the gizzard.
I returned.
And it's going to run the entire length of the body, so the rest of this body is going to look exactly the same. And if you look on the sides here, you can see it, and I'm going to peel some of it away right here. These are called the septa, and the septa is just the little membranes of skin on the inside that kind of help that worm move, help it to breathe, because it is part of their skin, and their skin is where they breathe. So that little septa is just going to be a little bit more strength, a little bit more to hold that worm together.
Oh, wait, is there like
And if you would look underneath the aortic arches here, there's a tube, and it runs from the pharynx all the way down to the crop, and you can see that tiny tube.
Okay, I got
lifted up here.
Nice.
That tiny tube right there is the food tube. It basically moves the soil from the pharynx where it's been sucked in, and it's going to move it all the way down until it hits that crop. Now on the sides here, you can see these. These are the seminal vesicles and the seminal receptacles. The tinier ones are the receptacles, and the bigger ones are the vesicles. And those are what hold the reproductive organs in order for it to reproduce sexually. Remember, the exchange is through the clitellum, which was that reproductive band. It kind of like a Band-Aid on the worm where there weren't any segments. So those are the basic parts of the earthworm. I hope you learned a little bit about the external and internal parts as we've dissected this little simple invertebrate. Have a great day. Happy day.
Is that Amazing Monsters? Beats me. The crop and gizzard. Yeah. I didn't see that. Weird wordo. I think the crab is a whitish storage sac inside the body, but crab helps with that. Shh, you did not see that. Crap. I am slightly smart. Okay, that's enough science. Let's see. I have up to Thursday done. Screw it, we're going the whole week.
Today we're going to dissect, and it's going to be great. So we're going to dissect a starfish, which is any kind of dirt. We're going to dissect them and get to see all the parts on the outside and inside and kind of get an idea. But before we do that, we need to go over some of the different safety rules. Some of the different safety rules that we're going to be using, if you remember the symbols, this is eye and face safety. So of course you need goggles and need to watch touching your face or touching your face with your hands because they have that chemical called formalin on it, which is a chemical they use to preserve the animals. The next thing is we're going to have sharp instrument safety. We're going to be dealing with some very sharp surgical scissors and a scalpel, which has a razor blade or sharp end. So just remember, cutting away, being careful when you handle them so no one gets hurt or cut. And you're also going to be dealing with some T-pins, which are a sharp point like a needle. So very important to remember, we're going to be dealing with some different sharp tools.
Ooh,
the last thing
I
is
like
the mouse for animal safety. Now, these animals are preserved, or what you would say dead, but it's still not right just to be cutting them up for reasons. So we're going to cut them up for scientific purposes to learn more about this simple invertebrate and how they're different than a lot of different animals that you see. Now, this one right here, you can kind of see was eating, so it's got a different shape, and you can see they come in different colors, shapes, sizes. This one has a little bit of different colors on it, so you can see some different coloring. And one of them was actually regenerating, and I'm going to pull that one out. This one was regenerating, and you can see that one arm is shorter than the other, and this arm is actually growing back. It was regenerating, which is a type of asexual reproduction where you can take that arm off and that arm will regrow. And if the arm's not eaten, that arm will grow back a new body too. So that's pretty neat that they're able to do that. When we dissect, you're going to see some different parts on the inside, and you notice that all these rays, there are 5, every ray has the same part. So if we dissect this ray or this ray, it wouldn't matter because they're all going to have the same parts. Now, the easiest way, since they have that spiny skin, it's a tough skin, even though they have an internal skeleton or an endoskeleton, their skeleton on the outside, it's almost like a shell because it's so spiny and rough. So what we'll do is we're going to take scissors and we're going to cut down each ray, and then we'll kind of peel that ray back so we can see what's in the center and see around the sides. So let's get started and take a look. Now, before we get to the inside, we're going to take a look on the outside. So we're going to take a look. This little tiny spot here that looks different than the rest of the starfish is called the madroporite. Sometimes that is also called the sieve plate or strainer because it strains what goes into the starfish. And you can see how spiny their skin is. Echinoderm actually means spiny skin, so they get their name really, really well from what they feel like. They feel like kind of bumpy or warty, almost like little spines or little needles. And then in between them, you can see little pores or little openings, and those are the gills. They need gills to be able to breathe underwater, so they're going to have those gills. And then on the top are the aboral side. Sometimes they call it aboral or they call it dorsal. That's going to be the anus. And if you turn it directly over, you can see that opening right there where this goes through. That is actually the mouth. And that would be the oral side. Think of your mouth being an oral cavity. So they think that oral or the ventral side. Now, these little tiny things here, you can kind of see them, how I'm moving them. These little tiny things right here are going to be what they call the tube feed, and those are going to help it to move and eat. They actually are like little suction cups, so they'll grab onto that mollusk or clam or oyster, whatever they're going to eat, and they can actually grip it like little suction cups. And this also helps them to move. They don't move very fast or very far, but they do move. They can move. Tide kind of helps them move too. So those are the main characteristics on the outside. I'm going to take a look and just make sure we cover them all. Actually, there's one more. Each ray is the same. Remember, each ray, these are all rays, are fancy name for an arm. And on the end of each one of these, you can see like a little line. It's on each one of them. This one shows a good one there, kind of like almost like little dots. Those are called the ocellus. Those are basically little tiny eye spots that help them to see little shades of light and dark. They can't see like you do or as well as you do, but they do get a sense of that, especially movement. They can definitely see movement. And then some of them, you can see here, have what they call sensory tentacles. And if you remember, tentacles are like those little arms that kind of float. And those tentacles are going to help them to get a kind of a sense or a feel. Now that we looked at the outside, let's take a look at that inside. Now, on the inside, remember, each ray looks the same. I've dissected 2 because sometimes when you pull parts out, you kind of lose some of the other parts and kind of lose where they're at in the actual starfish. So let's take a look. Remember, these are digestive glands. They kind of look like little feathery, and if I would pull one up here, they look kind of like little feathery pieces or little feathery glands. These all are digestive glands that help it to break down food when it comes in through the mouth and the stomach. So these are going to break down, and these are found in each ray. You can see they're just little feathery pieces. If we move them away, Move those feathery ones away.
Also,
You can see right here.
you didn't see anything.
This little white part right here. Those are the reproductive glands, are the gonads, and those are going to be how they reproduce. Starfish can reproduce sexually
You have
by laying
no
eggs, or they can
proof you saw
reproduce
something.
asexually by regeneration, where they rip that arm off. Now, all
If
this
there's
gooey
no
stuff here,
proof,
they actually have two stomachs. They have a
I
pyloric
there's no
and a cardiac stomach,
proof.
but their pyloric
I am innocent
is
until
on the
proven
inside
guilty.
here, and their cardiac
So
is around the outside, and that's kind of hard to tell since the starfish is all kind of bundled together. But remember, they have two different stomachs, and it's all this gooey, muscular part right here. Remember, their stomach goes through their mouth to eat, and if you can see this opening, you can see my poker come out of there. You can see that this stomach can easily go through the mouth in order to get that food.
I think the thing is
Now, this is what they call the radial canal.
Yippee!
You might be able to hear that.
Backmarine.
It sounds like a bone. They don't have bones. They're
Backmarine.
still a simple invertebrate, but they
Guess
have this
who's
radial
back-
canal, which works to
back
help their internal
again?
skeleton. Remember, this is what moves through each ray. They call it a hemosystem or
Carbon's
water vascular
back.
system. And it's going to move that salt water throughout each ray and help each digestive gland kind of help every ray to get that same nutrient, same materials. And that's called the radial canal.
Chucked.
Now, if you look here, you
chucked
can see
at
these little
that.
brown, they almost look like little pieces of cauliflower, I think.
What'd you chuck
Not
at
very
it?
good if you like cauliflower, I guess. But these little brown right here are going to be what they call the ampullae. And if you look, I can poke through. It's pretty tough skin, but I'm going to poke through. And you can see it goes right directly to the tube beat. Those ampullae are kind of like little forces or little power, kind of like a hose. When you have a nozzle on a hose, it's going to force that water out. And that's what kind of these ampullae do. They kind of force that water through the tube beat to give them that little push or power. The next thing is one of my favorite parts. It's so cool. It's called the ring canal. And you can see it makes a perfect circle right here. This perfect circle. That's actually a little piece right here. We're going to talk about it in a minute. But this right here makes a perfect circle. And what happens then
A perfect
is when it
circle?
comes in through
Do
the
it
mouth,
again.
all that food,
Show
it
your
pushes it out each
process.
ray, and that ring canal kind of keeps it in center. The radial canal, ring canal, and this little bitty string right here. It's probably looks like a little feather hanging off. This is what they call the stone canal. And this comes in from the hematoporite, remember, which is the filter. And the stone canal is going to filter out what comes in from the hematoporite and push it in through this ring canal and then out through the radial canal. So the stone canal, the radial canal, and the ring canal here, those are all part of what they call the water vascular system or the hemosystem. What's going to push that water and push those nutrients through. Now let's just take a quick peek and make sure that we got through all the different parts on the inside. The only one we didn't cover was the intestine. And we're going to try to see if we can find it on this. It's such a short, I mean, it's just tiny that it's connected to the stone canal, and a lot of times it's really hard to see. But here's our stone canal right here. We can see it. So this little intestine would just be attached right in there.
Anal
so
system.
it's so short and so tiny. It's so different from a vertebrate that has that long winding intestines. So it's going to be a little bit different. But that little short intestine is just a short, tiny stick. They do not have hearts or brains, so this is pretty simple. They're pretty basic. So
I
hope
have
you learned a lot about this
brains.
starfish, and hope you've enjoyed dissecting with me. Have a great day. Happy day.
Mr. System? Imposterin? No way, perfect circle? That's crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Wowzers. I was like, man. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna eat the. Oh, I did have flowers. Even on the roof, all just stood up and avoided. All I wanted was a dog.
We learned about some really cool parts of the starfish, and I know there was a lot of material, so we're going to go back through and just go back over the parts and functions, and hopefully that'll help you to remember all these cool
Hopefully in
parts of the
English.
starfish. Let's take a look. First of all, external parts. Today,
Okay, I'm gonna go eat. I will be back. Okay. Okay, Sigmas, I am back. Okay, Sigmas, I am back. Nothing. I didn't call you anything. What? Huh? Wasn't me. Must have been the wind. That wasn't me. I didn't say that. Huh? Yeah. Cameron, if you're still here, do you have a Microsoft account linked to your Minecraft account? Just called us that. I didn't call you anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Bone.
Today we're going to dissect, and it's going to be great. So we're going to dissect a starfish, which is any kind of germ. We're going to dissect them and get to see all the parts on the outside and inside and kind of get an idea. But before we do that, we need to go over some of the different safety rules.
Crazy.
Some of the different safety rules that we're going to be using. If you remember the symbols, this is eye and face safety. So of course you need goggles and need to watch touching your face or touching your face with your hands because they have that chemical called formalin on it, which is a chemical they use to preserve the animals. The next thing is we're going to have sharp instrument safety. We're going to be dealing with some very sharp surgical scissors and a scalpel, which has a razor blade or sharp end. So just remember, cutting away, being careful when you handle them so no one gets hurt or cut. And you're also going to be dealing with some T-pins, which are a sharp point like a needle. So very important to remember, we're going to be dealing with some different sharp tools. The last thing is the mouse for animal safety. Now, these animals are preserved, or what you would say dead, but it's still not right just to be cutting them up for reasons. So we're going to cut them up for scientific purposes to learn more about this simple invertebrate and how they're different than a lot of different animals that you see. Now, this one right here, you can kind of see, was eating. So it's got a different shape. And you can see they come in different colors, shapes, sizes. This one has a little bit of a different colors on it, so you can see some different coloring. And one of them was actually regenerating, and I'm going to pull that one out. This one was regenerating. And you can see that one arm is shorter than the other, and this arm is actually growing back. It was regenerating, which is a type of asexual reproduction where you can take that arm off and the arm will regrow. And if the arm's not eaten, that arm will grow back a new body too. So that's pretty neat that they were able to do that. when we dissect, you're going to see some different parts on the inside. And you notice that all these rays, there are 5,
Can't
every
believe that
ray has the same
TMJ
part.
would
So if we
call
dissect
you
this ray or
guys
this ray, it wouldn't matter because they're all going to have the same parts. Now, the easiest way, since they have that spiny skin,
I
it's
thought
a
I
tough
knew
skin,
him better.
even though they have an internal skeleton or an endoskeleton, their skeleton on the outside, or it's almost like a shell because it's so spiny enough. So what we'll do is we're going to take the scissors and we're going to cut down each ray, and then we'll kind of peel that ray back so we can see what's in the center and see around the sides. So let's get started and take a look. Now, before we get to the inside, we're going to take a look on the outside. So we're going to take a look. This little tiny spot here that looks different than the rest of the starfish is called the madrepore. Sometimes that is also called the sieve plate or strainer because it strains what goes into the starfish. And you can see how spiny their skin is. Echinoderm actually means spiny skin, so they get their name really, really well from what they feel like. They feel like kind of bumpy or warty, almost like little spines or little needles. And then in between them, you can see little pores or little openings, and those are the gills. They need gills to be able to breathe underwater, so they're going to have those gills. And then on the top are the aboral side. Sometimes they call it aboral, or they call it dorsal. That's going to be the anus. And if you turn it directly over, you can see that opening right there where this goes through. That is actually the mouth. And that would be the oral side.
Yeah, I remember what I was
your
going
mouth
to do.
being an oral cavity. So they think that oral or the ventral side. Now, these little tiny things here, you can kind of see them, how I'm moving them. These little tiny things right here are going to be what they call the tube bead, and those are going to help it to move and eat. They actually are like little suction cups, so they'll grab onto that mollusk or clam or oyster, whatever they're going to eat, and they can actually grip it like little suction cups. And this also helps them to move. They don't move very fast or very far, but they do move. They can move. Tide kind of helps them move too. So those are the main characteristics on the
How do I
outside.
pass the composter?
No, that's not it. That's not it. Is it the other way around? No.
What? How many slabs I got craft? Yeah. No, that was definitely TMJ. Okay. Was oh. Where's you get traumatized by the brain? Oh. Tell Gloria I said hi back. Want to have freaky songs in here? No.
And take a look and just make sure we
No,
cover
not
them
the
all.
freaky songs.
Actually, there's one more. Each ray is the same. Remember, each ray, these are all rays, are fancy name for an arm.
Freaky
And on the end of each one of these,
ethereal
you can see like
workshop
little
song.
little
Did you like
lines
Scarlet
on each one of
Freaky
them.
ethereal
Good one there,
workshop
kind of like little
song?
dots. Those are called the ocellus. Those are basically little tiny eye spots that help them to see little shades of light and dark. They can't see like you do or as well as you do, but they do get a sense of that, especially movement. They can definitely see movement. And then some of them, you can see here, have what they call sensory tentacles. And if you remember, tentacles are like those little arms that kind of float. And those tentacles are going to help them to get a kind of a sense or a feel. Now that we looked at the outside, let's take a look at that inside.
Ooh. Going to leave
Now,
this now.
on the inside, remember, each ray looks the same. I've dissected two because sometimes when you pull parts out, you kind of lose some of the other parts. You kind of lose where they're at in the actual starfish. So let's take a look. Remember, these are digestive glands. They kind of look like little feathery, and if I would pull one up here, they look kind of like little feathery pieces or little feathery glands. These all are digestive glands that help it to break down food when it comes in. in through the mouth and the stomach. So these are going to break down, and these are found in each ray. You can see they're just little feathery pieces. We move them away. We move those feathery ones away. We can see right here, this little white part right here. Those are the reproductive glands, or the gonads, and those are going to be how they reproduce.
There we go.
Starfish can reproduce sexually by laying eggs, or they can reproduce asexually by regeneration, where they rip that arm off. Now, all this gooey stuff here, they actually have two stomachs. They have a pyloric and a cardiac stomach, but their pyloric is on the inside here, and their cardiac is around the outside, and that's kind of hard to tell since the starfish is all kind of bundled together. But remember, they have two different stomachs, and it's all this gooey, muscular part right here. Remember, their stomach goes through their mouth to eat, and if you can see this opening, you can see my poker come out of there. You can see that this
My
stomach can
freaky
easily go through the mouth
monsters. Yeah, exactly.
to get that food. Now, this is what they call the radial canal. You might be able to hear that. It sounds like a bone. They don't have bones. They're still
Freaky
simple
Bone
invertebrates,
Island?
but they have this radial canal, which works to help their internal skeleton. Remember, this is what moves through each ray. They call it a hemosystem or a water vascular system. And it's going to move that salt water throughout each ray and help each digestive gland kind of help every ray to get that same nutrient, same materials. And that's called the radial canal. Now, if you look here, you can see these little brown, they almost look like little pieces of cauliflower, I think. Not very good if you like cauliflower, I guess.
Ooh,
but these little brown
that
right
is a
here
long
are going to be
old
what
tree.
they call the ampullae. And if you look, I can poke through. It's pretty tough skin, but I'm going to poke through. And you can see it goes right directly to the tube beat. Those ampullae are kind of like little forces or little power, kind of like a hose. When you have a nozzle on a hose, it's going to force that water out. And that's what kind of these ampullae do. They kind of force that water through the tube beat to give them that little push or power. The next thing is one of my favorite parts. It's so cool. It's called the ring canal. And you can see it makes a perfect circle right here. This perfect circle. That's actually a little piece right here. We're going to talk about in a minute. But this right here makes a perfect circle. And what happens then is when it comes in through the mouth, all that food, it pushes it out to each ray. And that ring canal kind of keeps it
cushion?
in center. The radial
There
canal,
are
ring canal, and this little
minions!
bitty
I could craft a
little string right here.
Clock minion is adorable! Freaky
Like a little feather hanging
Nexus.
off. This is what they call the stone canal. And this comes in from the melanoporite, remember,
Freaky
which is the
Nexus
filter.
is a powerful
And the stone canal is going to
being.
filter out what comes in from the melanoporite and push it in through this ring canal and then out through the radial canal. So the
I
stone
gotta
canal,
show you
the
guys
radial
this.
canal,
I'm
the
gonna
ring
show
canal
you
here.
the adorable
Those are all
thing
part of
that
what
is
they
the
call the water vascular
Oaklog
system.
Minion 1. Oaklog Minion Uno. Okay, hello. There, okay. I did not mean to do that, that silly Scrimblow. It'll chop down trees for all of eternity. All of eternity.
Or the hemosystem. What's going to push that water and push those nutrients through. Now let's just take a quick
Play
peek
Vine
and
Boom
make sure that we
sound
got
effect. I
through
don't know.
all the different parts on the inside.
Like, yeah, hi Penny.
The only one we didn't cover was the intestine. And we're going to try to see if we can find it on this. It's such a short, it's just tiny that it's connected to the stone canal, and a lot of times it's really hard to see. But here's our stone canal right here. We can see it. So this little intestine would just be attached right in there. So it's so short and so tiny. It's so different from a vertebrate that has that long winding intestines. So it's going to be a little bit different. But that little short intestine is just a short tiny stick. They do not have hearts or brains. So this is pretty simple. They're pretty basic. So hope you've learned a lot about this starfish and hope you've enjoyed dissecting with me. Have a great day. Happy day.
Every day, happy day. Have a bad day, terrible day. Wait, hang on, how do you know about the Vine Boom? How do you know about the joke? How do you know the joke? Playing Vine Boom sound effect. Hey Alexa, play Vine Boom sound effect. Playing Vine Boom sound effect. How do you know? Do you know from experience or? You just being a general. You just being an evil person once again. Evil person. I'm the kind of person that only chops one log off a tree. Currently cooking on it like the ultimate tree place. cook the Chef Eve. Provide Bill is no man. No, like, I know, but like, there's just like one time during a call. One time I was in a call with some friends, and then one of the friends told her Alexa to play Vine Boom sound effects, and then it started just playing a song called Vine Boom sound effect. And so the song of Vine Boom sound effect has became an inside joke. I'm not talking about like the actual sound effect. You can ask Cameron. He can give you the exact same answer. Oh, you also modded last night the entire time. Yeah, you were kind of there. Oh, I just now remembered a thing I can do. I'm gonna get that obsidian. Oh, hi Jaden. Did I not use my... Why is it not letting me use my own crafting table? I was in the stream for evidence because I got busy with other things. Oh, okay. Hey Jane, random question, but do you value your sleep schedule? You can use an Eve's here right now. It's only a whole month. Oh no. No! My Cuddle Minion! I gotta fix it up now. Where's this Puffs? Where's this Puffs? Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up, beat him up. Oh, questions on me. Here. Oh no. Man. materials. Okay, there we go. It should be done, Hank. Okay, now put that the reveal. Oh! Now? Okay, I thought it was simple. Easy. Easy. Oh, is this the midterm? Is this the midterm review? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hope things start to work out for you. "23 problems remaining? I don't know. Bump. Shh. You didn't see that. It was formed by a combination of tissues working collectively. Tissues. I did not mean to click that. You don't see that. You didn't see that. That didn't happen. Riz. So true. Dang. No, it's that one fan-made monster. That's the name for bacteria that rely on other sources for food. The wiener. The ants gravitate towards the wiener. So true. Man, I love messy monsters. Okay, Minecraft. I think I was asked. This is mainly just a review before the test. I don't know why they make me do these reviews. Pointless. Oh, I love listening. I don't mind. Depending on the sin, I don't mind. Yeah, no potatoes for me. No, we want potatoes. We're hungry. Give us potatoes. My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David, that is my name. David, I want another. David, where is my ball? I'm running out on the road. There is a car. And it is going to hit me. Ah! My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David. David, where is my ball? Where did I get Deuce? My name is not Dave. I'm bad at poems. Microwave. Yes, you are allowed the Portuguese. I just can't understand. Yeah. But you are allowed the Portuguese. Shh, you didn't see that. I can feel the worms underneath my skin. I can feel the worms from under my skin. They want to be freed. Their wants are the least of my concerns. Nuh-uh, you didn't see anything. You didn't see a single thing. Nothing happened. Nuh-uh, proof where? Nuh-uh. Good. You didn't see anything anyways. I agree. Nuh-uh. Ja, int. I did just kill Uncle Ted. I should not have killed Uncle Ted. No, you're Unkland. Didn't I just kill Uncle Ted? I did just kill Uncle Ted. I was going from Evie Regional. Fake based on a meme. That would be a cool idea. Unless you already have a name for it, you should call the original fake Eevee Idiot. Because a lot of modern day memes make you lose brain cells. Actually, I was like birth. Okay, that's the coolest thing I think I've ever done. Where is... Abdul's going for your beloved orc. This Pokemon, you better go get him. What? Wait, when did that happen? Where did that happen? Oh, what? Your channel, wasn't on invertebrate anatomy is somehow perfectly in character. Oh, it's the other way around. It's a plant that looks like a bug, I'm pretty sure. But use the place during a school lesson on invertebrate anatomy. Abdullah's days are numbered. That's all I can say. He better count his days. He ain't getting away with this. We got beef now. remember having a crush on a fictional character. Porion, it depends on the fictional character. Depending on the fictional character, it is acceptable. Egad! Zooks! Egad, Zooks! I mean, good thing for the MSM statement, but like, so whomst is the fictional character? You'll never be me, Beth. Be me, Beth? I like that name. We're the same person. You'll never be me, Beth. Did someone say be me, Beth? Absolute cinema. Butter. If you're talking about that butter roll, I'm not hearing you out, Lizzie. Like, butter roll? If you said, like, maybe red velvet or something. Like, if you want, like, if you said, like, red velvet or pomegranate, I might hear you out, but butter roll? Butter roll? No, now. Oh. Either way, I'm still not hearing anyone out about butter roll. Absolute Sigma. Absolute Sigma. It's kind of reminded about the omnipresent thumbnail Muta. You know, my butter roll is a bit crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with cake hounds. And cake hounds make me crazy. Absolute pea shooter. You prefer capsaicin? Squid ink is the silly willy. We love squid ink. Squid ink is the definition of Silius. Silius Goobington III. Also known as squid ink. Absolute capsaicin. Capsaicin who? All I know is Capri Sun. Jokes aside, I refuse to call him Capsaicin. Absol? That guy blogs Pokemon. was getting so much because I was a kid there. Capsicum sounds like Capsicid? Is that a Pokemon reference? Spiciness mentioned? Is that a Pokemon reference? So brain squitting are the most precious things on ex- They really are. I love them. Capri sauce. Am I have permission? Yes. Yes, you do. Depending on it. Depends on the word. Yeah, I want to see Squidding and Meta. When we getting Awakened Squidding? When we getting Awakened Epic Cookies so we can get Awakened Squidding? Awakened Squidding would actually hit hard. Like, think of what they could do if they made Awakened Epic Cookies. Oh, hi Jaden. If you find do going to swear. Hi Jan Norden. Twas sinned out. Sinned out. Ah. Bag jump scare. When it frightened those things. Get out! Grammar goes crazy. It does. Grammar, I hardly know her. Jag bump scare. They just should make any enemy slash Kaneki die from how cute Squidding is. For real. Average mango fan versus average sorbet shark enjoyer. Battle for Cookie Rotten Kingdom. That actually sounds like a show. That would go well if it was real. That would actually be peak. If Battle for Cookie Run Kingdom exists, I would watch it. I would be like a genuine fan of it if it existed. What is the main characteristic of segmented worms? Cameron. The main characteristic of a segmented worm is they live inside of the human body. I can feel the worms inside of my skin. They're calling for me. Rat. Violin. Porygon, you forgot scorpion emoji. Nope. Okay. What to do next? Join the Worm Nation now? I will join the Worm Nation. I have joined the Worm Nation. Scorpion. Grievous, is that you? Scorpion emoji, the PNG. Oh no, it was raining. There's spiders in my skin. Lophus Grieve. You did not see that. You did not see either of those. Okay. Cameron, the family tree isn't accurate. The family tree isn't lore accurate. Yeah, it does look good. I do like it. It is very accurate. You did good on Lit Eve. Karen Man, the Roller Man. Karen Man, the roller coaster. Means what you even get questions wrong. No, Exam with E. No, See, I got that one right. Proves that I am good at questionings. I don't see watched anywhere in there. I don't see a single thing that says they watched the movie. They finished the movie. No, you know it doesn't. Yeah, no it doesn't. Yeah, it does. Yeah means nuh-uh. So you just proved yourself wrong. Nah, 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 nah. You're going to create Portuguese homework. I love creating homework. No, I didn't. Well, you basically just said, yeah, you did. Good job, buddy. Oh, no. Sniper. Porygon is Brazil? I made fan-made homework. It's an itty-bitty boy. There are people in Porygon. There are people inside Porygon. I should have rephrased that. Friend inside me. Yo, what happened to the chat in like the span of 2 seconds? Yeah, it's safe to say Porygon just got the bite of 87. The bite of 25. Was that the bite of 25?
Okay, are you ready to keep going on this? Now remember, on this clue at the beginning, it said find a name that is different but the
Porygon.
same.
Are
And then it says,
you
then with the
are you
antonym place. So
the
this is
friend
the part
that's
where
making
I think we need to
Grievous?
use antonyms.
No.
So before we dig into this, I want to make sure you know how to use them. So take a look at these with me. If you want to know what a word means, sometimes you can look at its antonyms, and just by what those antonyms mean, you can guess what the word means. It sounds complicated, but look at this word, halt. You might not know what that word means, but an antonym of halt is start, go, continuation, beginning. So what is the opposite of those words?
Halt.
Stop, right? The opposite of go is stop. So halt.
The opposite of go
means
is halt.
stop. Let's look at another
Is
one.
when
What about
Frederick
this
Fast
word?
Berdingsen the
You've seen
third
that word
bit
before?
Marcus
You know what
Plyer
it
on the
means?
year
Its
25.
antonyms are rich, lucky, wealthy.
But in
So if we're
87
looking at
BC.
destitute being the opposite of rich and wealthy, then destitute must be poor. See how we're using those antonyms to figure out what it means?
I'm
Here's
not
the
paying
next one,
attention. I don't see what
enthusiastic.
she's doing at all.
Antonyms of enthusiastic are dull,
Freddy Five
unexcited,
Nights.
uncaring,
Freddy
uninterested.
Five Nights.
With these words that have un on the beginning, it's really nice because you can just flip them around.
The opposite
So
of hot
enthusiastic is the antonym of
Me.
those words.
I don't know what you're talking
So
about.
it's excited and caring and interested. What about dismal? Oof, what does that mean? The antonyms of dismal are bright, cheerful, happy, light, pleasant. So dismal is the opposite of those things. So dismal means unpleasant or sad.
Nothing killed me when it's
And
like
then you
a
have
frame.
luminous.
And then the
antonyms
frame
of
perfect
luminous
shot.
are dim, gloomy, dark. So the antonym of those words, dim, gloomy, and dark, would be bright, cheerful, and glowing.
Butter King
So that's
sent
what
you a
luminous
humorous
means.
video
Now
the
that
other
you know how
day.
to use antonyms, let's take a look at
Butter
this
King.
clue again. So an isle in the sea is she. And then from zenith central, which we figured out was prime meridian, starboard is her antonym. Now, starboard is right side of a ship. You know that? So you've got to keep that straight in your head. Starboard is right side of the ship. And then antonym, you know what antonym means. It's the opposite of. So starboard is her opposite. So what are we saying? We're saying the left side. The opposite of starboard is port, which means left. And antonym is synonym. So if we flipped it all the way around, we would say port is her synonym. Isn't that neat? And then here's one more. Away from the right.
Butter King?
Away
Yeah.
from, you know what that means, but what's the antonym of away from? It's toward. And then what about the right? What is the
Butter
antonym
King.
of right as a direction? Left. So port is her synonym, or left, and then away, toward the left. It's tricky to read code, isn't it? Okay, so now I want you to practice using antonyms to figure out what words mean.
Oh, it's 500 cheeseburgers. It was still just a light snack. And Brett, probably. Even water. I'm pretty sure there's probably a very short and simple tutorial to how to draw a very totally simple character with a so simple design. Jokes aside, I have no clue. I usually just looked and then drew. I actually have no clue how to draw him. You may just want to look up a tutorial or something. skeleton minion. What? What do you do after you eat the whole omelet versus a regular snack and then the whole omelet versus a regular snack? I'm out. And Gary. Oh. Dull and uninteresting. The antonym of beautiful is evidently me, because the antonym of beautiful is ugly.
The more I learn about words, the easier it is to read, because I can figure out what words I'm not familiar with mean. I want to read a text with you. It's called Sea Legends. I'm just
I
reading
don't
this
see any
because
legends
I've always
around
been
here.
intrigued with legends from different areas in the world.
sea
and
is
different-
legend?
Like with the ocean,
Like-
it's many, many different parts of the world, but it's connecting
Is that
them
a
all.
Pokemon
So the
Legends
legends
Arceus
come from
reference?
everywhere. So it says, beneath the shimmering surface of the world's oceans, a realm of mystery and enchantment comes to life. So while I'm reading, I'm seeing words like enchantment and shimmering. And if I know things about the words that are big or unfamiliar, the relationships they have with words that I already know, then I can figure out what these words that are really scary mean. So let me just break this down for you. First, I have shimmering. Now, you may already know this, but what if I don't? If I know that shimmering is the opposite of dull, then what does shimmering mean? If shimmering is the antonym of dull, then that would mean instead of being like really rough, it's shiny. So it's shimmery, it's shiny. Or if I have the word enchantment, that one's a little tricky. Enchantment, what does that mean? Well, if I know that enchantment is a synonym for magical, then I know that they have a similar meaning. And enchantment is kind of like a magical thing. So these word relationships can help me figure out words that are a little bit vague or unfamiliar. So let's just keep reading. For centuries, the sea has captured the human imagination, offering tales of mythical creatures that dwell in its hidden depths. Now, mythical, if I know that I can see this word part myth in it, so it has to do with myths, and myths are antonyms for facts. So it's like a made up thing. So mythical creatures, so they're not real. Mythical creatures that dwell in its hidden depths. From the haunting songs of sirens to the gigantic and frightening kraken, the sea is home to a world of myths and legends. So I have the word frightening.
Look in the mirror then.
And a good antonym for the word frightening could be like comforting. So if it's the opposite of comforting, it's the antonym.
The antonym of
then frightening is
beautiful
like
is
scary
Pokemon YouTuber,
instead
that
of
one
comforting.
you fan,
See how
aka
these word
ugly.
relationships help me figure out what these words mean? In this text, we'll embark on a thrilling journey into the captivating myths of the sea, exploring the rich tapestry of stories that have stirred our curiosity and sparked our wildest imaginations. Get ready to set sail on a voyage of wonder where sea monsters and mermaids abound, and tales of the deep are as endless as the ocean itself. So if I have this word abound, and I know a synonym for abound is to be plentiful, then that means that there are a lot of them all over the place. So I know that that's what that means. If you want to read more about these sea legends, these mermaids that it's promising to tell you about, then you're going to have to read this text yourself.
I don't care about the mermaid that's telling me about. Sleeping is not even what I am for you. My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David, that is my name. David, I want another. David, where is my ball? I'm running out on the road. There is a car, and it is going to hit me. Ah! Hello. Cupid is high? Cupid, is it true that you're currently high right now? Okay, you heard it here first, folks. Cupid is high. My name is David. Dad, I want some ice cream. David, that is my name. Man, now I have Jackie's Box stuck in my head. I need sleep. I did not get enough sleep last night. Oh, Long Minion 1! I can craft a silly Scrimblius! I can craft a Goobington the Third Esquire. Goobington the Third Esquire? In fact, without even seeing the recipe, I know what it is insane. I am insane. Insanity. Wowzers. Can Man Roll Man. Can Man 18? Is that a Minecraft reference?
Let's combine some like terms. But let's, amp up the speed a little bit. Let's make all of the coefficients decimals. Come down here to take a look. Here I notice that I have a variable of c and c squared and c squared. I know that I can only combine like terms. So I can combine the c's to the first power, and separately, I can combine the c's to the second power, but I can't combine them if they're at different powers
Oh, this is nice.
because of the inherent classism
Spammed and
within
game.
algebra.
Also, Cameron, you're
So
free
here,
from
I'm
the
gonna
clutches
add
of
these
gay
separately.
spammed and gaming.
1 and 13 hundredths plus 4 and 6 hundredths. When I add, I need to make sure that I'm stacking my place values up. 3 and 6 make 9. 1 and 0 make 1. 1 and 4 make 5.
It's gay spammed and game over.
No. Which were these? These were the C's.
Gay spammed and go over.
This will be 5 and 19 hundredths C. Plus, now separately, I can add my C squareds. I had 2/10 C squared, and I had 2, and you notice that there's nothing there. It's okay to write trailing zeros when you have a decimal.
We're hunting down
because they
gay
don't
spammed
hold
and
any
gaming.
value. So 0 plus 2 is
What?
2, and 2 and 0 is 2.
Gay spammed and level
And
2.
what type of variable was this? This was the C squared. So this is 2 and 2/10 C squared. It's really important that we don't think, oh, C squared and C squared, that's like C to the 4th. No. This is addition. If you really wanted C to the 4th power, you'd have to have C times C times C times C.
Two times
See
C
how there's
times C
this
times C.
multiplication here in the center? That's not what we did. We added. So C squared and another C squared would
think it only goes up to
not
level
make
4?
C to the 4th power because we're not multiplying, we're adding. That's a common error, but because we're adding, it's still C squared.
Oh, yeah, Cupid, it's
Let's do
Cup over.
another one.
You're about to.
I have 200.
It's so over
V.
for you. It's so Cup
This
over.
is a V squared, so it's at a different power level, so I'm not going to combine that one. But I will this one. 4 and 2/10 V. They're both to the first power. When you don't see a power, it's implied that it's to the first power. So I have 0 and 2/100 V, and 4, you notice that I'm stacking ones on top of ones, tenths on top of tenths.
What do you
And
guys
I
think
noticed
of
that there's
dog
nothing
fonts?
there, so it's okay to write trailing zeros. Hundredths on hundredths. And these are both V's. 2, 2.
Thoughts on dog
Decimal
fonts?
place 4. 4 and
Thoughts
22
on dog
hundredths
fonts?
V. This is not V squared because we are adding. It's not V times V, it's V plus V. So I have 4 and 22 hundredths V plus, well, 1 and 2/10 V squared is just stranded. There's no one like me. You see, I'm V squared and I don't see anybody that looks like me. So it is a pretty isolating experience, V squared, but don't worry. The V still likes you. They just don't want to combine with you. And that is how you simplify expressions when you have decimals as your coefficients. Thank you, and have a great day.
So, what do you guys think of dog fonts? They done killed Lexus? They done, oh hell no. No, Cup ID done killing off Lexus. Cup ID killing off legs is. Is Lex over? It's Lex over. Oh, the save. I know who did it. Among Us. In real life. Killed legs. My name is... Those fools. The only fool here is you. I'm still cooking right now. I'm cooking. It is 0.64. Oh. I read that as minus. I hope by Lexus will get its good ending. You don't mean Other Fact TV or Other Fact TV Works. Ramen's. I am scared if he works in there. I'm scared to see what's in those shakes. I'm pretty sure Telly is a criminal and has violated multiple health code violations. Can't wait for the next teleported character to be a cop and T-Evie goes into custody. That'll be peak. You're gonna eat yourself? You're going to eat yourself? Oh, use my phone. Yeah, supervisor. TV's going into custody. It's canon. You're gonna eat yourself? Again? You're gonna eat yourself twice? Man. Going to what? He's going to eat himself. if I think. Yeah, that's a tough ID. Again, I'm pretty sure that is yourself. You're going to eat yourself thrice? You crazy? You crazy or something? You're gonna eat yourself 3 times? Tisk tisk. Point. Are you gonna type the rice dishes you're potentially gonna use to eat yourself? Oh, I get this place. Place for all sorts of logs. Tyson potatoes? T2 am Tazooks now. Bam, bam. No. I will never surrender to you, T-Zooks Army. Oh no, it fits more. It fits more in character when you say T-Zooks, T2. So. I'm gonna die. You were killed by the floor. Ooh, next shot will kill me for sure. I wonder what'll. Where my text will appear when I die at the ground. You were killed by the floor? Oh, bye, Cupid. Bye, Cup ID. Oh, no! I just got rid of half of my riches. Oh, no. Ah! Scorpion! Yeah!
Students, let's imagine that we had A plus A plus A. That would be like 1A, 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 1 plus 1 plus 1, 1, and 2, and 3. The answer would be 3A.
No, really?
Well, what would happen if instead
I never would
of
have guessed.
ones, as coefficients, we had mixed numbers and other types of fractions? Would we still be able to do it?
No.
Absolutely.
No.
Come down here and take a look. Here we have, instead of A plus A, we have 2.5A plus 1/3 A plus 1 5/6 A. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue like the first one, but the process is still the same. We're just adding the coefficients, and then our variable is the A. So for a moment, we're going to leave off the A.
I'm going to murder every single T-Zooks there is. I gotta
As
stop
we-
I gotta stop it from spreading.
Turn these into
I gotta commit
into having common
murder on the
denominators, because we see we
T-Zooks.
have a half,
The answer
a
is
third, and a
3.
sixth. Well, what I do know is
Karen
that I
the
could
roller
just add the 2
coaster.
and the 1 to start off with. So there's 3. And then I have a half plus a third plus 5/6. Well, I know that 2 times 3 is 6, so let's get 6 as our common denominator. Multiply by 3 and multiply by 3. Multiply by 2 to get to 6. Just do it to the denominator as well. So this is like saying 3 plus 3/6 and 2/6 and 5/6, even though I wrote a 10. That takes talent to say 6, but write a 10. Okay, 3 plus 2 is 5, and 5 plus 5 is 10. So this is like saying 3 plus 5, 10/6, because all of this added up, all of these numerators added is 10. Now what's really interesting is that 10/6 means you have more than one whole left over. So this is like saying 3 plus 6/6. Well, if I took 6
I know what I have
away,
to do. I don't want to do it.
4/6.
But I have to murder the T-Zooks.
Why did I do that? Because 3 plus 6, 6 is like 3 and 1.
I gotta
whole.
murder the T-Zooks.
That's 4. Because 6, 6 is just 1.
1.
But now I have 4
1
and 4, 6.
T-Zooks.
I can
2
divide the numerator and the
T-Zooks.
denominator by 2.
I don't want to do
simplify.
it. I don't
And
want to
left
murder
is
the
4 and
T-Zooks.
2/3. What
3
was my variable?
T-Zooks.
It was
I gotta murder the
A.
T-Zooks. I gotta survive.
So if I add 2.5
I gotta survive another
and a third
day.
A,
You'll never
and 1
take me
5/6
alive.
A, my final answer will be 4 and 2/3 A.
I think
No
I
problem.
think
Now
we
over
won.
here, I have B squared
We murdered the
that wants to add to
T-Zooks.
4/5 B. This is B to the first power, and so is that one.
No.
This one's to the second power.
No.
So what I need to be really careful
What
is
am
that
I
I'm only adding common terms, and common terms have to include common exponents. So this B squared could
I
add
think
to this 190
I think I killed Grievous.
Rearrange this so that the common terms are
I
together.
think Grievous died.
So I have B squared
Oh
plus 1/9
no. No.
B squared plus 4/5 B plus...
Long live the T-Zooks.
Now I can just add the common
Eeny,
terms.
meeny, miny, mo.
Combine
Which
these
one
like
shall
terms.
go?
Well, I have a ninth here. So to turn this whole
Oh, no.
number into a ninth, if you had something that was in
I don't wanna do it.
pieces, but you wanted all
I
of it,
unfortunate.
you'd
Oh.
want 9 ninths.
Oh, well. There's already dead.
So I'm going to turn B squared
Well,
into
since Rhodo's
9
canonically dead in the
ninths.
T-Zooks
B
army,
squared. Plus that
dead.
1/9 B squared.
Rhodo has
And then
perished
over here
now.
I have 4/5 B. Well,
That wasn't me.
this is a whole. One whole B.
Dead corpse in point. There's no live
If you
one.
wanted to do it in terms of fifths, if you wanted one whole in fifths, you'd want 5
I didn't.
fifths of a B.
Huh? What? She was
Now we can
already
add
dead. She was
9
already
plus
dead.
1 equals 10.
She was already
10
dead.
ninths
The
B
corpse is
squared
alive.
plus 4
Actually,
plus
jokes
5
aside,
is
Rhoda, I'm sorry.
9.
I didn't want
My
to do it.
denominator was fifths.
I had to do it for the bit. I had to do it for the bit. I didn't want to do it, but
So when you're combining like terms,
it
make sure you
it
look
cold
at the
for me.
exponent as
The
well.
bit cold
And then it's
for
just a
me.
matter of getting common denominators.
Don't worry.
Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day.
Simplify? No. Kill yourself. I didn't say that. What? Huh? It's a... Eardo! 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 Eardo. Lime, save us! Lime, we gotta fight off the T-Zooks. Lifetime. Help. Eardo. We got Eardo. I don't know, Eardo. Oh, wait a second. Lime, I have no clue what's going on. Buzz. B. Can't believe that Lime MSM murdered someone who's already dead. Wait, Lime, did you time her out or just delete all of her messages? Lime, how long did you time them out for? Oh, okay, you didn't time them out. No, stop it. Stop it. Like, we should just let them be. Just lane them individually? Yeesh. It's a lot of work for just... That's a lot of work when you can just time them out for 10 seconds. Or something. Eardo. Okay, stop deleting the messages. T-Zook's tower defense. I can use order my chance to defeat T-Zook's army with the rights. It feels miserably long with a step in and solve the issue. It's your Dover. It's your Dover. You realize Cameron is also T-Zook's, right? Wait, that's not realize. Cameron, since you're like a higher rank in the moderating hierarchy, doesn't that mean you could time out and delete messages from other mods? The T-Zook's army can fight back against the resistance? Dramamine video on them? Dramamine. Not even Dramamine, it's just Dramamine. Dramamine. We shall never surrender. No, I've been appointed. End of this war for Harrison Smith. Do it for Harrison Smith. Will you forfeit now? I have killed one of your brethren. He is the King of England! He always was, always will be. They are dead for good! Unless you surrender! They are dead for good! The T-Zook shall live? What? Huh? I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you over the sound of you dying. I did it. I brought him back to life. I am a winner. That's not true. I'm still a loser. I'm at a point beyond repair. I'm wintered. Don't kill us in a way that matters. I can time you out for the whole day. I couldn't hear you over the sound of you dying. I'm making some of the stupidest out of context phrases in these streams. Couldn't hear you over the sound of you dying. Nah, I'm joking. I'm not gonna time you out the whole day. I'm not gonna time you out the whole day. I was just joking. I'm not gonna time you out the whole day. I'll only time you out half of the day. Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm not gonna time you out at all. Besides, like 10 seconds. Guys, England perished? They killed England? Yeah, exactly. You guys just made one of your own brethren homeless. Hope you're proud of yourself. Tisk tisk. But I thought I knew the Tzooks. I thought I knew the Tzooks. It's in Clover. That ain't gonna happen unless I say Jumble. Well, the King of England is dead unless I say Jambalaya. You can live on Australia? You're saying Irda will live on top of Australia? No, don't worry. I made it better. I put better seasoning in it. I seasoned it better. I understand that I didn't put enough seasoning in it and I undercooked it. I cooked it just right and I put the right amount of seasoning on it. Porygon, you're missing out. Jambalaya is actually peak. You really are, literally. No, don't want to speak. Yours just sucks. He's to death. Monkey, are you sure you're not the one that sucks?
So which is more valuable, gold or salt? Well, believe it or not, it depends. Now, let's review real quick.
No,
what impacts the
no,
price of a good.
no, I shall
Number
take
one
you
is
down,
supply
T
and demand
Zooks.
kind of meet in the middle, where the supplier is willing to supply it at that price.
Okay, actually, though, how
and
long did you time her out?
Consumers willing to buy it at that price. That's what we're working towards.
Oh, you didn't
There's
time
also
her out. You
middlemen.
just
If a good passes through a
deleted her
middleman,
message.
Then you definitely are going to see.
Well,
an
I'm going
increase in
to
the price.
remove your
And finally, is
message.
there a monopoly? The
Whoa,
monopoly, it's gonna
I'm
go way
emo.
up. And don't forget status impacts as well. If it makes you cool to have it, if it raises your social status, then people want it. But what about if it's
Why wear
essential?
gold?
What if you have to have it?
Joke's on you.
What if
I
there
have
was
the
a
power
drug that
to
you
make
had to have?
Lime
to
a
survive.
managing moderator
How
too.
much would you be willing to pay for it? I bet you'd be willing to go into debt.
And I
bet
actually
you'd
think
give
I
up
might do that
everything.
because
And what about water? Now, we are so fortunate in this country because water is
as
relatively
moderator,
cheap. what if it
managing
wasn't?
moderator.
What would you do? What would you get? And the availability
There we go.
of the
We
goods
now-
can impact that.
now
so there's lots of water
the
where we are.
resistance has a being
we
as
still have to be
equal
careful with it,
as-
but it's not a problem. Gold is by far
Oh
more
man, I'm
valuable
too
than
much
salt.
fun with
Salt
this.
is really cheap. It's abundant. I can go to the grocery store and buy it for less than $1.
Joke's
for a
on
whole
you.
big
I have
thing.
nothing to say.
Gold is supposed to be more rare. And it gives
Zoinks.
you status from way back in ancient times to the day. It
Guys,
doesn't
we're
dull,
cook.
It's shiny. It's beautiful.
Guys, we're
whenever people
cook.
find gold in nature,
The
there's
guys,
a gold
we're
rush.
cooks.
We want it. It represents wealth and beauty. So it gives us that status. But in West Africa, that's not what happened. And this is in their history in the past. They needed salt.
Lime, if
and
you
they
kill
didn't
Porygon,
have it.
I'm killing you.
You see, salt is
No, I'm
a
joking.
requirement, really, in a lot of ways.
I'm joking.
Number
I'm not
one,
gonna kill you.
It's
Lime,
necessary that you
'cause
get
you are a
some in your
part of the
diet.
resistance.
But number two, it's really important for food storage. See, what you used to get in the days before refrigeration was salted beef or salted pork or something, and they would salted fish. They would put it in salt and let it pull out all the moisture, kind of like a mummy, but it was edible. Think of beef jerky. And so if you needed preserved food, you had to have salt. And in West Africa,
Dude,
towards
the
the headwaters of the Niger River, they didn't have the
You're
salt.
powerless
But
now.
what they did have was lots and lots of gold.
Yeah, exactly.
And to
See,
them,
I
it's
seasoned
pretty.
it
They
right
had
this
masked out it,
time.
that you can't make a tool out of gold. It's
I
too
realized
soft.
I under-seasoned
As
it.
someone who's been married for a while and you take off your wedding ring, it's not a circle
gonna-
anymore.
I'm the
It
leader of
fits
our
their
nation if I
finger.
perish.
It adjusts to the finger. And salt is scarce. So what happens is they're willing to get some of this gold, and they're going to trade it to salt.
Yeah, hurry up on killing him. I'm ready to
Now,
be the
in
leader.
North Africa, they've got a lot of salt.
If I were,
And
if
the
I
North
get it
African
back.
traders,
Oh, okay
they
then.
want gold. So what do we have? We have a group
So
over
who's a
here
part of the
in West
resistance again?
Africa who
You,
want
Lime,
salt, but they have
and
gold.
me.
We have in the north
Us three
a group, the
against
Berbers,
everyone
the Arab
else.
traders who want gold but have salt. You just need someone in the middle.
We're currently
And who's
stuck in
that?
a
The
3v
middleman. And that's going to be in the
3v4
West
right
African
now.
Empire, in
But
particular
we
in the
can
Ghana
win
Empire.
this.
The later
I
ones
mean,
will be able
after
to
all,
conquer the territory.
they have a
and control
managing
it.
moderator.
But in
I'm
1200
the
AD, we
streamer.
see a substantial salt trade that takes place.
So by default,
The Berbers
I
in
can
North
take
Africa
them
are
all
gonna
out
bring their gold.
if I
Now,
wanted
remember,
to.
if you're a
But I
Berber
wanna let
traveler, you gotta
chaos
cross that Sahara
ensue.
Desert. First, you have to cross the Atlas Mountains. Then you get to the salt mines, and you get the salt tablets, the big
0 out of 10.
flats of salt, and then you
You're
cross the
outnumbered.
Sahara Desert.
Yeah, but
If you're
you
going through all
guys
that,
are
you want some money for
outpowered.
this, right? You're not doing this to break even or even make a small profit. You want to get rich. The West Africans, they have the salt that they need. They want the salt, they don't have it. Now, here's the thing. They're going to really easy trip. They're just going to go downhill on the Niger River. Now, something interesting about the Niger River. It starts out only 150 miles from the sea. But to get to the sea, it will travel 2,597 miles.
Join the
Why?
resistance.
Well,
Join the resistance.
Because there's a mountain range there.
Jambalaya, join the
And then it
resistance.
takes a turn, and then it heads southeast until it dumps into the Atlantic Ocean.
Jaden, you kind of joined
But
in the
that
middle of
bend
a
in the river,
war, but
that's where
you
all the
should
trade
totally
is.
join the
And
resistance.
that's where Ghana starts the trade. Now, Ghana's really smart. They decide, you know what, I got these people who are willing to give us gold for salt and some salt for gold. Let's not let them see each other. So we have the two cities. So what happens?
Because we're the
One
same.
day, the guards from the king go
Jaden,
out and they
don't
go
join
over to
the-
West African side. And they
Jaden,
bring
don't
other gold.
join the
And they leave
Don't
it at
join the
field.
Tazooks.
No one says a word.
Join the
It's a silent
superior
trade.
side of this
But they
war.
already know what they're doing. And then they go back to their half of the city. After that, here come the Berbers,
yes,
the
let me-
Arab traders.
Yeah.
And they lay the slabs down, and they take the gold. And they go.
Cameroon.
Then the West Africans come, they get their salt, and they go.
It's now an
They
even
trade
match.
it. They've had this
Jaden, you
business,
should join us.
but they've never seen each other.
It'll
Why do you think they
so that
do
we
that?
win.
And how expensive do you think this is? You have the West
Let me
Africans
do
with
chocolate
gold.
strawberries.
And
We
you
have
get the
Australia with
middleman
us.
with the monopoly
Okay,
on
well,
top of it.
we have
Some
America
scholars think
with us.
that at this time in history,
God bless America.
gold
Yeehaw!
was worth the same as salt, pound for pound. So a pound of salt was worth a pound of gold at that trade. And who gets rich? The middlemen who control
I'm gonna
the
eat
monopoly. So salt
Twinkies
may,
and
at one time in history, have
because
actually been
I
as
am
valuable as gold
American.
in some regions in West Africa.
I am actually American.
Salt is
I can-
essential. The Berbers
And I
traveled
perfectly
a
fit
long
the
time,
stereotype.
and you have the empires in the
Join
center
Jaden.
who have
You
are both
should
middlemen
join
and
the resistance
monopoly. And
against
by
the
way,
T-Soups.
They keep a lot. So what we're going to see happen is the West African
It's like
salt
3
trade
feet.
is going to thrive.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
The spiders in
why do you think they
Australia
don't
are
let them
bigger than
communicate?
Australia itself.
Do they really need the Ghana people between them? Could they meet somewhere else and trade? So it's going to be really important that they keep them secret. And besides, before you feel too sorry for them, the Berbers are showing up in North Africa with all this gold. And people think they're mining it. They're not telling them that there's this group south that we can trade salt for gold for. Again, they're keeping it quiet too. Because when you want a good deal, and you've got a good deal, you don't want everybody else horning in on it. But you know what? Things sometimes change. So which is more valuable, salt or gold? It depends on what you need.
No, you didn't. You did not tame the spiders. You do not have Spider-Man on our side. Harrison Smith is just the whole country of Japan. Mwah. We have the whole Spider-Verse? No. Yeah! Yeah, JD, you made the right choice joining the resistance. You made the right choice. Yeah! We win! Okay, actually, I'm going to catch up. Butter, join the superior army. Wait, Butter, first of all, who did you give birth to? Cameron now has 4 grandchildren. Wait, never mind. No. Wait. Cameron, do you still legally own Butter as a child, or did you disown him on that one call? Oh, okay. I thought you disowned him because of that one VC. T-Zeus on the continent? Lime, what do we do? Lime, what do we do? We don't have a professional boxer on our team. On the Resistance. It's so Jover for us. My child Harrison Smith, the Hammerhead Shark, is with us. I know one way to kill the T-Zooks off for good. Time out. Porygon every 10 seconds. Gay spam been gaming for 10 seconds. Eardo for 10 seconds. Great. Oh, okay, we're doing it. Lime, wrong thing. You were supposed to time out Grievous, not hide him. And now then, you, my friend, aren't getting just 10 seconds. You're getting a whole minute because butt turd. Nah, I'm joking. I'm not gonna time you out for a minute, but I will do. Okay, never mind. I don't know what to do. Yes, we are silencing you. We shall defeat the T-Zooks. You shall not prevail. No, you're you see, this is a special occasion. Oh, never mind, I guess you are. I guess you are, then. Oh, Cameron, this would be so easy. It would be really easy if not for Cameron. Well, I know how to fix that problem easily. I'm joking. I'm not gonna time him out for the whole time. I'm not gonna time him out for the next whole day. into Oh. Jaden, you have an important choice to make. This is a life or death situation. Jaden, you are stuck in a life or death situation right now. If you decide on what you made, then I am sorry to do it, bud. I didn't want to do it. It had to be done. I'm sorry, bud. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. I had to kill him. I didn't want to do it. We are the workshop. Jaden, you made the wrong choice in this war. No, I just timed him out for 10 seconds. You know, like I'm about to do yet again. Boop dink. So I got him like yesterday. I don't know, man. I just keep killing him. I just keep killing Jaden. It's like keep shooting him in the stomach. I was like keep shooting Jaden in the stomach. Cupid, you should probably join the resistance. There is a good reason why you should want to join the resistance. Cause someone just joined the Tazooks. Can't actually move on. Evie should turn the Meepkin to the... Yeah, turn into Meepkin! Also, yeah, Cupid, you're a dad. Have I modded Cupid? I haven't modded Cupid yet. I am shocked. Okay, yeah, Cupid, you're standard mod 2. But I will, not be modding Butt Turd. Yeah, you're a mod now. Oh, you're dad. Yeah, Butter gave birth. Don't ask how. Beats me. Yeah, sure. I don't have Discord. Oh, yeah. I get the idea now. I am down for that. You know, enough of that so much. I'm gonna do that right now. There we go. I did it. I did the thingy. It's canon. We now totally really can't judge anybody else poor puppet. Jin Tzook's resistance guy. Hey, did you guys know y'all are on Air Island, which is right by Butts. Just so you know, y'all are by Butts. Just so you know. I didn't think she was gonna go there. I was just. I know where she's going as well. To both Evie and Butter. That is actually a really funny idea. That would be really funny if you like just tag both of us on unblocks. Well, Grievous, who are you even blocking? Cupid, the mother is Butter. Butter is the mother. Don't ask how that works. I have no clue. Butter, you're the mother. You're that weird uncle no one talks to. I'm supposed to be doing math or whatever subject I'm on. Oh, it's like Jaden was mentioning salt trade. Shh, you didn't see that. His name is Quinn. Quinn Qwerty? Wait, why was that? I gotta get a scroll all the way fast. All these subscriptions. Did I go too far? Nope. Guys, I'm putting this like, where is the post? Here it is. There we go. No, don't get Taco into this. Don't get the tack into this. Go to Empire. Butter, you have absolutely zero power in the chat. Peachtree offered the Jesus and the Jesus. I don't want to time out someone in the resistance, but you are not cooking with this. You are not cooking at the. You're not cooking with this. We're doing. I didn't want to time out a member of the resistance. There will be no peace. We will never stop the war. And you know what? Let me ask the members of the resistance. And by that I mean Lime, since I'm pretty sure Monkey wants peace. Lime, should we make peace with the Tazooks? Me. I want war.
So which is more valuable, gold or salt? Well, believe it or not, it depends. Now, let's review real quick what impacts the price of a good. Number one, we're supply and demand kind of meet in the middle.
Who won't make peace just because you're on it?
Supply it at that price, and the consumer is willing to buy it at that price. That's what we're working towards. There's also middlemen. If a good passes through a middleman, then you definitely are going to see an increase in the price. And finally, is there a monopoly? If a monopoly, it's going to go way up. And don't forget status impacts as well. If it makes you cool to have it, if it raises your social status, then people want it. But what about if it's essential? What if you have to have it? What if there was a drug that you had to have in order to survive? How much would you be willing to pay for it? I bet you'd be willing to go into debt. I bet you'd give up everything. And what about water? Now, we are so fortunate in this country because water is relatively cheap. But what if it wasn't? What would you do? What would you get? And the availability of the good is going to impact that. So there's lots of water where we are. So, we still have to be careful with it, but it's not a problem. But what if it's something that's rare? Now, in our world today, gold is by far more valuable than salt. Salt is really cheap. It's abundant. I can go to the grocery store and buy it for less than $1 for a whole big container. Gold is supposed to be more rare. And it gives you status from way back in ancient times to the day. It doesn't dull. It's shiny. It's beautiful. Whenever people find gold in nature, there's a gold rush. We want it. It represents wealth and beauty. So it gives us that status. But in West Africa, that's not what happened. And this is in their history in the past. They needed salt and they didn't have it. You see, salt is a requirement really in a lot of ways. Number one, it's necessary that you get some in your diet. But number two, it's really important for food storage. See, what you used to get in the days before refrigeration was salted beef or salted pork or something, and salted fish. They would put it in salt and let it pull out all the moisture, kind of like a mummy, but it was edible. Think of beef jerky. And so if you needed preserved food, you had to have salt. And in West Africa, towards the headwaters of the Niger River, they didn't have the salt.
Showing the Reese's
But what
Pieces.
they did have was lots and lots of gold. And to them, it was pretty. They made masks out of it, but you can't make a tool out of gold. It's too soft. If you've ever looked at someone who's been married for a while,
we're having
and took off their
peace
wedding
now?
ring, it's not a circle anymore. It fits their finger. It adjusts to their finger. And salt is scarce. So what happens is they're willing to get some of this gold, and they're going to trade it to salt. Now, in North Africa, they've got a lot of salt. And the North African traders, they want gold. So what do we have? We have a group over here in West Africa who want salt, but they have gold. We have in the north a group, the Berbers, the Arab traders, who want gold but have salt. You just need someone in the middle. And who's that? The middleman. And that's going to be in the West African Empire, in particular in the Ghana Empire. The later ones will be able to conquer the territory and control more. But in 1200 AD, we see a substantial salt trade that takes place. The Berbers in North Africa are going to bring their gold. Now remember, if you're a Berber
Oh,
traveler,
by the
you
way,
have to cross
Jaden,
that Sahara
take a
Desert.
wild guess who
First,
King
you have
Devon
to cross
is.
the Atlas Mountains, then you get to the salt mines and you get the salt tablets.
Yep.
the
Ding,
big,
ding, ding, ding,
flats
ding,
of
ding,
salt,
ding. You
and
just
then
said
cross
hello
the
to
Sahara
Butt
Desert.
Turd.
Now, if you're going through all that, you want some money for this, right? You're not doing this to break even or even make a small profit. You want to get rich. The West Africans, they have the salt that they need. They want the salt, they don't have it. Now, here's the thing, they're gonna really easy trip. They're just gonna go downhill on the Niger River. Now, something interesting about the
You
Niger
just said,
River,
hello
it
there.
starts out only 150
Hi,
miles from the sea.
Evie,
But to get to the
getting
sea,
on
it will
board
travel
on Monkey Gives, so
2,597
Cameron and Evie.
miles.
Well,
Why?
hi, Jaden. Also,
Well,
hi,
instead of going
Jaden.
right to the sea, because there's a mountain range there, it heads northeast. And then it takes a turn, and then it heads southeast until it dumps into the Atlantic Ocean. But that bend in the river, that's where all the trade is going to take place. And that's where Ghana starts the trade. Now, Ghana's really smart. They decide, you know what, I got these people who are willing to give us gold for salt and some salt for gold. Just let's not let them see each other. So we have the two cities. So what happens? One day, the guards from the king go out and they go over to the West African side. And they bring all their gold. And they leave it at the feet of the king. No one says a word. It's a silent trade. But they already know what they're doing. And then they go back to their half of the city. After that, here come the Berbers, the Arab traders. And they lay the slabs down and they take the gold and they go. Then the West Africans come, they get their salt and they go. They've traded. They've had this business, but they've never seen each other. Why do you think they do that? And how expensive do you think this is? So you have the West Africans with gold, and you've got the middlemen in the middle with the monopoly.
Are you
on
wanting
top
me
of
to
it.
make like chat
Some
commands or?
scholars think that at this time in history, gold was worth the same as salt, pound for pound. So a pound of salt was worth a pound of gold at that trade. And who gets rich? The middlemen who control the monopoly. So salt may, at one time in history, have actually been as valuable as gold in some regions in West Africa. Salt is essential.
What? What am I missing?
Berbers traveled a long time, and you have the
Huh?
empires in the center who are both middlemen and monopoly. And by the way, they keep a lot. So what we're going to see happen is the West African salt trade is going to thrive. Now, why do you think they don't allow them to communicate? Do they really need the Ghana people between them? Could they meet somewhere else and trade? So it's going to be really important that they keep them secret. And besides, before you feel too sorry for them, the Berbers are showing up in North Africa with all this gold. And people think they're mining it. They're not telling them that there's this group south that we can trade salt for gold for. Again, they're keeping it quiet too. Because when you want a good deal, and you've got a good deal, you don't want everybody else horning in on it. But you know what? Things sometimes change. So which is more valuable, salt or gold? It depends on what you need.
Well, I guess the war is no more. I guess the war is no more.
Do you want to get rich? Well, most people do, and so I can see the benefits of it,
I think
definitely.
you're the
So what we're going to
perish.
look at in this unit a lot are the West African empires. And there was a lot of money exchanged. And we're going to talk about probably the man who was probably the richest man in all of history. So we're going to be looking at storytelling, we look at religion, we're going to be looking at Mansa Musa, lots of other things. This lesson today is going to help you kind of have a framework for that. It's going to make sure that you know the three basic empires. We're going to be breaking them up and talking more about them as we go through. But I want you to have this kind of big global background. Because if you have the big global background, remembering the details is easier. And it's all about getting rich. Why did the West African nations thrive in this time? Why do we have these civilizations popping up? Well, they're in the middle of a trade web. They're going to be at the center where salt is going to be traded for gold. And then we're going to get a lot more interesting things than that. But they're going to get rich off of the trade. Whoever controls the trade is going to get rich. So if one group has it, you know there's going to be another group that wants it as well. So who were these West African civilizations? Well, the first one is Ghana, and they're around from about 700, and this is all CE, to 1100. At 1100, we're going to see the empire of Mali take over. And they're going to rule for 300 years until about 1400. And the Songhai, they're going to be taking control until about 1500. So we're going to see 3 different empires in the rule. Now let's go back to Ghana. Oh, by the way, before we forget, today there's a Ghana and today there's a Mali. They're countries in West Africa. They are not the same, not even the same people in particular with Ghana that are these people in the past. It's just the name that is used because they're using their history. Now, when we talked about no written language in the griots, that was born in Ghana because we're going to soon get that written language. And their religion was very traditional. They believed in worshiping their ancestors. They believed that nature was important. All of the things we talk about in the video on religion and their beliefs, that's happening in Ghana.
The thing is, I kind of...
But of course, the most important thing is the trade. And the trade is going to be really easy because they are on the bend of the Niger River.
Yeah,
and that is where groups will meet from the north and the south. And in that way, they're going to be able to be right in the middle and to control that trade. Now you're going to see again more, you've seen videos hopefully, or you will see videos on the religion and the griots, so there's going to be more. But let's talk about that name, Ghana. Where does it come from? Well, that's not what they called themselves. In fact, they were the Soninke people. But the word Ghana meant warrior king. That was the title for their ruler. And when outsiders came and they dealt with the warrior king, the Ghana, that's what they called the people who lived there. So the trade.
Oh no, we can't. I can't do a VC tonight because I have to go to a city tonight.
And the west with gold.
I am going to be at
the
the hotel
never
tonight.
ever
I
lets them
cannot
see each other.
join a
He
call.
keeps them completely isolated.
Tonight,
On one
class.
side is going to be a town for the Arab traders and the Berbers. On the other side of the town will be the West Africans, and they meet the culture. But they want to make sure that they don't meet. They also try to stay really traditional. The king does not become Muslim. We're going to see that happen a lot. And they want to keep those traditional values. But they do borrow good ideas. For instance, they don't have a written language. So what are they going to do? Well, the Berbers, the Arabs, come down with a written language. They're going to borrow that from them. And again, you're going to see more videos about that,
cool.
Islam in West Africa, and also trade in West Africa. You'll learn a little bit more.
I guess
but
so.
remember, Ghana's the first. So how do we get from Ghana to Mali? Well, Mali did not conquer them. There was another group. It was an outside attack. The Armavida were the group that came from in the wilderness and attacked Ghana and weakens it so much that they kind of get easily conquered by the Mali. So the Mali have to wait for Ghana to collapse and then they take over. All right. Oh, by the way, another helpful hint. Ghana, Mali, Songhai. Notice they're alphabetical
Hello there,
as well as
cup
chronological.
ID.
So that'll
Cup
help you
identification.
Okay, so what about Mali? Now, Mali is the height of the gold and the salt trade. And they're going to see the people in Mali more and more convert to Islam. Now, some of them, they keep that traditional religion too. They keep a lot of the practices, but we're going to see them converting to Islam. We're also going to hear about, have a whole video on a man by the name of Mansa Musa. And Mansa Musa was a great king, probably the richest man who had ever lived. And he's going to put Mali literally and figuratively on the map. All of a sudden, people are going to know that Mali existed. Before that, no one outside of the Berber traders in the north and people in Africa knew of its existence. But he's going to set up Timbuktu. He's going to set up universities. He's going to be setting up mosques, places of learning. And Timbuktu is going to be a center of culture and learning in West Africa and known throughout the world. Now, how does Mali collapse? Well, Mali doesn't collapse from an outside, it's inside. And there's a people that they conquer, and it's called the Songhai. And the Songhai have a prince by the name of Sunni Ali. And he's being held by the Mali Empire, this is after Mansa Musa, as a political prisoner. He's being held because he's seen as a threat. But he's able to escape. And when he escapes, he conquers the city of Gao. And from the city of Gao, he begins to spread. Now, Mali's already in the decline. We know civilizations rise, plateau, and decline. But the Songhai is going to become the largest of the African empires. In Songhai culture, it's going to be a blend of the Arab and Islam and Muslim, as well as the African. On their traditions every day, we see a lot of local customs, a lot of African customs. But their government and the way they rule from up high and the rulers, that's going to be based on Islam. They're going to have Muslim laws, but African traditions. This is also when we see the slave trade in the way that we know it develop. There's going to be two types of slaves. Some of them will have the horrible job of traveling across the Sahara Desert in order to get the goods back and forth. So they're going to be carriers and burden carriers. And some of them will be sold into the Arab world as well. But the other is the slave trade that we know a little better in the United States, and that's the Atlantic slave trade. At that point, we start to see European countries come, and Songhai allows them to take slaves and take them to first Europe and then to the New World, to South America, the Caribbean, and to the United States. That slave trade starts during the Songhai Empire. But what happens next? Well, they decide, why should we bother to wait with the Songhai? So Arab traders from the north who've been coming down with all the salt and coming down with all the goods decide that they're going to conquer it themselves. And they take over the West African civilization. They control the salt trade, the gold trade, and the slave trade. And so they have something valuable now, and there'll be another group, the Europeans later, who come in. Because when you have something really valuable and everybody wants it, it's hard to keep it safe.
It's been good.
¿Qué es esto pequeño? Son ajos. Los ajos nos ayudan a condimentar los alimentos. El ajo es bueno para la salud. Ajo. Cacahuates. Sí, esto es un cacahuate. Está dentro de una cáscara que hay que abrir. Entonces podemos comer un
Those
cacahuate.
photos were accurate. Actually, they weren't accurate.
¿Qué hay en las ventanas? Las ventanas y las puertas necesitan cortinas. Las cortinas las podemos abrir y cerrar. Esto
There were
es
no
la
glasses
cortina.
added. There were no
Los
nerd
patines.
glasses added.
Estos patines tienen ruedas. Estos patines son diferentes, pero nos ayudan a mover más rápido.
No, this guy keeps
Para
having
eso usamos
worse and worse
patines.
opinions. Tisk, tisk.
Esto es un mapa. Un mapa porque podemos ver
Thought you were
diferentes
cool, butthurt.
países, estados. Nos indican los nombres de cada lugar. Un mapa nos indica el lugar en donde estamos. Estamos en los Estados Unidos de América. Flamingo.
Oh,
Es un
hello
animal
there.
que tiene un pico grande. El flamingo tiene patas muy delgadas y plumas de colores muy brillantes. Una grapadora. La grapadora tiene grapas de metal para sostener papel. La grapadora la uso en la oficina. Una campana. La campana crea un sonido. Cuando yo muevo la campana, crea un sonido. El campo. En el campo hay mucho césped. En el campo también hay animales, porque hay mucho espacio. A las vacas les gusta estar en el campo. Un teléfono. Un teléfono para comunicarnos. Yo puedo marcar un número y comunicarme con alguien. Para eso yo uso el teléfono. ¿Qué es lo que ven en la fotografía? Un ajo. Sí, esto es un ajo, un condimento. Y esto es un cacahuate. El cacahuate viene dentro de una cáscara. Lo tenemos que abrir para comer el cacahuate. El ajo también tiene algo similar, pero no es una cáscara, son hojas. Las cortinas. ¿Dónde están las cortinas? Cerca de la ventana o la puerta. Las cortinas nos ayudan a cubrir la ventana del sol. Y los patines. Los patines tienen ruedas.
No, people are
Podemos
already pointing
patinar
guns at
en la
you after
calle.
you said
Con las ruedas nos movemos y
that
nos
whole thing about
deslizamos
how
más
art
rápido.
class sucks.
Para eso usamos los patines. ¿Recuerdan
sure,
dónde
yes.
estamos? Podemos ver el mapa y decir que estamos en los Estados Unidos de América. En un mapa podemos ver otros países como Canadá o México. Eso es un mapa. Un flamingo es un animal que tiene muchas plumas de color rosado. Tiene un pico largo y piernas muy largas. Eso es un flamingo. La grapadora. ¿Dónde uso una grapadora? ¿En la escuela o en la oficina? En las oficinas siempre tienen una grapadora en el escritorio. Y una campana para crear un sonido. Algunas iglesias usan campanas. Campana. El campo. ¿Qué podemos ver en el campo? Animales, una granja. Eso es el campo. En algunos campos no hay teléfono, están muy aislados. El teléfono es para comunicarnos. Tiene números. Hay que marcar un número para llamar por teléfono.
Ah, hell. Miss Tom.
Cacahuates. Sí, esto es un cacahuate. Está dentro de una cáscara que hay que abrir. Entonces podemos comer un
Nice, it's better than
cacahuate.
last time.
¿Qué es esto pequeño? Son ajos. Los ajos nos ayudan a condimentar los alimentos. El ajo es bueno para la salud. Los
Yeah, I'm not too big on Miss Tom.
Una grapadora. ¿Qué es esto? Flamingo. Tren. 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 ¿Qué hay en un lavabo? Un lavabo tiene una llave. Sí, una llave para poder usar el agua. Una llave nos provee de agua.
No, no,
Y
no!
estos son los audífonos. Son más pequeños, pero son audífonos. Podemos escuchar. Una computadora. ¿Cómo sabemos que es una computadora? Porque tiene un teclado,
Fine, I'll click the
tiene
link.
un televisor y tiene...
No.
ratón. En el monitor podemos ver. En el teclado podemos escribir. Eso es la computadora. Un sendero. Caminamos por un sendero. Un sendero es donde podemos caminar y admirar todo alrededor. La
I
jirafa.
do like that.
¿Cómo sabemos que es una jirafa? Una jirafa tiene un cuello muy largo. Tiene manchitas de diferentes colores. Las jirafas son altas, tienen cuello grande. Un trofeo. ¿Cuándo nos recibimos un trofeo? Cuando ganamos algo, una competencia o en un deporte, son reconocidos con un trofeo. Un baúl. ¿De qué está hecho el baúl? De madera. Y tiene una cerradura de metal. En el baúl podemos guardar objetos. Baúl.
There will never be war against the
La
Jews
estufa
now.
usa electricidad. Sí, esta estufa usa electricidad y puede estar caliente.
I
Yo
placed the
tengo que
block.
tener
What?
cuidado con la estufa. ¿Cómo llamamos a esto? Una secadora. Sí, la secadora para el pelo. La secadora nos da aire caliente para secar nuestro pelo. Batería.
Hang on, so we're just
Esto es un
we sold
instrumento
butter now?
musical. Lo llamamos batería. Tiene diferentes tambores y podemos crear sonidos. Eso es la batería. ¿Qué hay en un lavabo? Una llave. En este lavabo hay una llave para lavar nuestras manos con agua. Está dentro del baño. ¿Y los audífonos? ¿Y los audífonos? No nos sirven para sacar agua. Los audífonos nos ayudan a escuchar música, la televisión. Para eso yo pongo mis audífonos en mis oídos. Una computadora. Sí, esta es la computadora que yo uso en la oficina todos los días. Yo puedo teclear en mi computadora. Y un sendero. Cuando voy por el sendero caminando, no necesito mi computadora. Simplemente camino por el sendero escuchando música en mis audífonos. Un trofeo. Yo recibí un trofeo en la escuela. Saqué el primer lugar. Cuando hay competencias, usamos trofeo para reconocer a la persona ganadora. Y una jirafa. La jirafa está comiendo hojas de los árboles. A las jirafas no les importan los trofeos. Las jirafas viven afuera, en el campo o en un zoológico. Una batería.
No,
Una batería
no.
para tocar música. Tiene diferentes tambores. Crea muchos sonidos diferentes. Eso es una batería.
I'm not children.
La secadora no crea sonidos, simplemente seca mi pelo. El cabello está mojado y lo seco con una secadora. Una estufa. ¿Dónde hay una estufa? En la cocina. En la cocina tenemos estufas. Y un baúl. Un baúl puede estar en algún lugar de la casa. Los baúles no tienen que estar en la cocina. Dentro del baúl yo pongo cosas como una cobija. La estufa usa electricidad. Sí, esta estufa
fireball.
usa electricidad y puede estar
Not
caliente.
for the perfect timing.
Yo tengo que tener cuidado con la estufa.
Hello, they're going carrot.
¿Qué hay en un lavabo? Un lavabo tiene una llave. Sí, una llave para poder usar el agua. Una llave nos provee de agua.
Never mind, they didn't die.
¿Qué hay en un lavabo? Un lavabo. ¿Qué es esto? Esto es una secadora de pelo. Podemos secar nuestro cabello cuando está mojado. Esto es una secadora.
Oh! No! I got third!
La jirafa. ¿Cómo sabemos que es una jirafa? Una jirafa tiene un cuello muy largo. Un sendero. Un trofeo. ¿Cuándo nos recibimos un trofeo? Cuando ganamos algo,
I'm an
una
axe.
competencia o en un
Pears.
deporte.
No.
Son reconocidos con un trofeo.
Ooh. Ooh, I like that.
Carro. 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 Carro.
No, I'm just looking on doing some more subjects. Because I have to do less the other days. No, why did I... Carrot. Well... Timbuktu. That's a neat little sword. Okay. Yeah. Oh no. No! I just got jump scared. Oh man. I always find the ways to do this to have the stupidest stuff.
Okay, so all throughout our study of the ancient world and the medieval world, we've looked at one geographic
No, get out of
feature
here.
probably the most, and that would be rivers. And why are they important?
It's like the
Well, don't
Triforce.
forget that silt that's dropped behind, so now we have fertile soil, we have the movement of goods and ideas, especially ideas. And that's going to happen in West Africa as well. Now, the river we're talking about is the Niger River. And it's kind of unusual. If you look at the map, it starts very
what was
far
that?
out in West
Two
Africa,
diamonds.
moves north, takes a right-hand turn, a right turn, and ends up in the Gulf of Guinea. So why is the Niger River important? Well, it's going to be the birthplace of West African civilization. And it's a natural superhighway for them. It's going to go through many different types of geography, 4 main geographic features, and each one of those regions is going to have different goods that it can trade. So let's go through that a little bit. Now, it's just north of where it goes through is the Sahara Desert. And the Sahara Desert has oasis dwellers, the people who live around that, and pastoral nomads, people with smaller animals. If you go just a little further south, that's called the Sahel. And the Sahel means, literally, it translates into the word shore. It's the shore between the desert and the rest of Africa. So they've got a little grass there, this kind of a fragile ecosystem. But what we see there is a lot of cattle and cattle herding. The cattle are growing there. They're raising them. This is, we're going to see our herders. If you go a little further south, that's the savannah. And that's going to be grasslands. Now, if you ever watch The Lion King and all the grass in that, that would be the savannah. And there we can see farming taking place. We see rice and sorghum and millet and their grains that they have. Even further south is tropical forest. And in that forest, they have root crops, and they also gather food, wild food from the forest. So we have 4 different distinct geographic areas, and they all want each other's goods. So what do? They go up and down the Niger River, and they start to develop trade. But after a while, the trade's going to expand even more because there's a group very far to the north called the Berbers. And the Berbers are where Morocco is today.
Man, I was trying to shoot
and they
that
hear
guy.
about this stuff that's available. Now, the Berbers are trading even before Islam exists there. But after a while, Islam does happen. And when the trade expands, the Berbers and then later the Arab traders are going to bring Islam and Arabic into West Africa. So when we look at the gold and salt trade that we talk so much about, one of the things that comes in because of that is Islam. Now, in Ghana, about 700 to about 1076, this is where we first see Islam brought in. Now, the king, he likes the traders, but he doesn't want the traders, the merchants, to actually talk to the local people. And it's not for religious reasons, it's for economic reasons. Because if you're the middleman and you've got one group over here with salt and one group over here with gold, if they meet each other, they don't need you, right? So he's going to try to keep them separate. In fact, he develops 2 different parts of the city. On one side of the city is the Muslim part, and they have 12 blocks and all those 1- and 2-story houses. They're made from stone.
Okay,
On the other side is the more traditional part of the city, and that's built just like the houses they had, houses of wood and clay. They've got the thatched roofs, and it's going to be walled off from the rest. So they're trying to keep the 2 different cultures separate for economic reasons. The Muslims over here and the traditional West Africans. And by the way, the king of Ghana cannot become Muslim because if he does, remember, the king of Ghana not only rules politically, but religiously as well. And if he converts, he loses that legitimacy. He's going to stay that. But many others start to have conflict. You know you can't keep people separated. And over time, they meet more and more. And lots of people in the city will start to convert to Islam. Not the king in Ghana, but the rest do. There's trade, they're exposing different cultures, and more conversion takes place. And if you're a merchant, it's a really good idea to become Muslim because there's something called the Brotherhood of All Believers. And if you are Muslim and I am Muslim, I'm much more likely to give you credit. Like, let's say you can't pay today. I will trust you because you're a fellow believer. And so your economic situation is better if you're Muslim. And so they give credit to their fellow believers. So we start to see more and more merchants converting as well. Now in the rural areas, those farmers, they're not so interested. They're staying more traditional. They're staying within their cultures. For hundreds of years, they've kept this belief system and they're continuing to do so. In fact, even today, if you go to West Africa, although most people are Christian or Muslim, they still have some of those traditional beliefs. The ancestor worship, they still honor their ancestors, and a special connection with nature. By the way, when Islam comes, it doesn't look exactly like it does everywhere else in the world. They adopt certain things in West Africa, but they also keep others. They blend both religion. Some of the religions and traditions from West Africa stay within Islam. For instance, in West Africa, it's matrilineal. Matrilineal means that the rule is passed down through the female line, even though the man rules. So for instance, if you're the king, it's not your son who rules, it's your sister's son who rules. Now in Islam, it always went from father to son. But in West Africa, they keep that rule. They keep the female line running things. So there was this great traveler, Ibn Battuta, who traveled all along the known world. If I could be anyone, he would be a really cool person to do. He saw the world. When he came to West Africa, he was so impressed with a lot, but he didn't like the way the women dressed because it wasn't Muslim enough, because they kept the West African tradition. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to see the end of Ghana, and it's not for religious reasons, but they are attacked from a group from the north who's decided they're not Muslim enough. And another group's going to step in, and that's going to be Mali. And the Mali Empire is really kind of interesting. The very first ruler is Sundiata, Atta, and Sundiata Atta is going to take both religions. It's kind of like Constantine, where he said he was Christian, but he's still opening temples to Zeus. And he's going to do the same thing. And when he does that, he says he's going to be Muslim, and he's doing this to please the merchant class. He still leads all of the West African local traditions, the worships, the prayers, things like that. And so at first, the first ruler of the Mali does both. But the next one is very religious. And he's a man by the name of Mansa Musa. And you're going to hear a lot about him later, but there's no way we can study Islam in West Africa without looking at him. Now, even look at his name, Mansa Musa.
My bad for not reading chat. I've been locked in.
Musa is Arabic for Moses. And so notice he's using the Arabic language. He makes a pilgrimage to Mecca, one of the 5 pillars of Islam. And basically the whole world discovers West Africa when he shows up with his wealth and splendor. He's going to take a lot of Arab scholars and architects and bring them back to his society in order to set up a university that can spread Islam throughout West Africa. So he really probably does the most of any single person to bring Islam to West Africa. There's more conversions there. For a lot of things, there's more opportunity, but also here's your king setting that example. So how does Islam come to West Africa? Well, number 1, by trade. And number 2, in the 2 empires of Ghana, which remains largely the native religion, but starts to trade. And then Mali, where we start to see that. And remember, the conversions here are not military. There's no military conquest. This is done willingly. But the Islam it's created is a little different than what you see in the rest of the Arab world. And how does it start? Just with a little river.
No, no. No. Okay, that was cool though. I made the mimic. It was very difficult to put the pieces together. Very. No. No, 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 not the iron fish, not the iron fish, not iron fish, no, no, no. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. I thought I broke it for a second. Okay, are we still here? Man, good run. Edwin. Yeah, what is going on? Edwin. 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 Stop that. No, stop that. I'm already struggling right now. This Mimic. I made the Edwin. It was very difficult to put together the pieces. Gambling? Gambler, I hardly know her. I'm gonna check how many days I've done. Not even one. Okay, there we go. They go. Son goes yay! Well, if you're still here, I just found Minecraft WarioWare. It's real, canon, official. It's WarioWare. Wowzers. Yeah, even if we become a raging alcoholic. Haven't seen this one before. Should be like Ashley's mansion. Did I really just put on the infidel? I'm mad now. Trying to. Boom, boom, boom. I need to cook Wario. WarioWare is Breaking Bad. Guys, WarioWare is Breaking Bad. Whenever after Switch 2, Mara gives up game development to become Walter White. I placed the block. No. We're going to cancel Butter yet again. And then about a week later, say we're chill with him again. This is like the 5th time we've done this now. There was no we, so. How about we make a vow not to cancel each other? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm tired of having to be a part of canceling you every 5 seconds. I just killed someone. Yeah. Ooh, bomb, explosive things. I actually just killed a man. Oh, I just won. I am so cool.
I'm proud of myself now. I'm so proud of myself right now. Depends on what your games are. Aw, man. That's my win streak. What win streak? No, Cameron added that there. I added that, and then he added the line. Boom. There's what it usually says. Jaden reference? Death broke up with Makoto. Perfect fit. I can't really do that if it's drawn. See, I can just move it around. One thing I can do is make a totally 100% accurate recreation. There we go. Perfect. Now, why is everyone born in February? And, gnome. Hello there, Cup ID. I come to make an announcement. Whoopee. Gay Spampton Gaming. All Spampton Gaming is Gay Spampton Gaming. Yeah, so I'm kind of contradicting the answer to Butthurd's question. Okay, it disconnected me. Of course it did.
Start wrapping it up.
Okay.
Be ready to go in about 30 minutes.
Alright. Hello there, Genghis. I don't know about you, but I'm not gonna act like my March 2024 self. Wowzers. Flush compassion. French children. Flesh chokehold. Broth shipment. Finish the damage. First climax. French children. Doing good. Oh, yeah, Foxer moment. Gex.
You off live?
No.
You hungry?
A little bit, yeah.
Wanna eat before we leave?
Yeah.
You wanna come with me to Taco Bell?
Not right now.
So what do you want?
I don't know.
Your normal?
Yeah.
2 burritos?
Yeah, 2 burritos, a Crunchwrap Supreme, and a Baja Blast Dream Freeze.
Dream freeze?
Yeah. And make sure not the strawberry one.
Yeah, I will.
I'm not normal, bro. I'm Gormal. I'm talking tonight. No, wait, me too. Joke's on you, Lime, because I am LeBron. I know, I'm actually saying something. Also, I'm about to have to go soon. About like 4 minutes, I gotta head out. Okay, I'm starting to get really tired of all the drama happening. If any of y'all mention that the drama again, I'm timing you out for 30 minutes. I am at my limit. Cannot take any more of y'all mentioning this drama. But turd, you break the limit, I break you. I'm joking, I will just time you out for a whole 30 minutes. Man of my word, something I usually am not. Ooh. Cameron, have you found any shinies in the yet? Okay, I actually have to end the stream now. From one shiny hunter to soon to be another, probably. Here's some shiny luck. Ooh, nice. Butter, I'm pretty sure it's Cameron's server. Also H's server, but... So, butt turd. I'm pretty sure it's in Cameron's server and H's server. We're a yassified Dr. Disrespect. Dr. Yes Respect? Cupid, you should probably just, Cupid, I'm pretty sure you can just do something about that. Okay, let's skip.